like that. Start, Ritin. Please start. Ritin?
Yes, ma'am. We'll begin. So, hello and a very, very good morning. She was elevated as a senior scientific officer and assistant director in February 1999 and April 2011, respectively. After taking several in-house and external professional trainings, she underwent intensive training in DNA typing at our very own NFSU Delhi campus, which was previously LNJN and NICFS, and Central Forensic Science Laboratory, Hyderabad. She also underwent training in identification of mutilated dead bodies at Hawaii and California. She has published several research papers in peer-reviewed journals and also presented her research findings in many conferences. See, I can go on and on with her achievements because she has really made it big. I take honor to invite you, ma'am, to this conference once again. Vanakkam, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Koyal. Thank you for such an elaborate introduction. So today, first of all, good morning to all. I thank Beulah Madam and other organizers of this international conference for giving me an opportunity to participate in this first online prestigious conference on forensic victimology. So before I begin my talk, I want to share that in recent years, crime against women and children has increased significantly. Most of the cases are underreported for a number of reasons. We all are aware of that. It is true. It is also true that young men and boys are also subjected to sexual assault or abuse. They also have same feeling and reactions as girls and women. 5% of cases which we receive for sexual abuse are that of boys. Recently, we have received a case where an 11-year-old boy was buried alive due to non-cooperation with a gang of rowdies and boys. So, our social setup is also like that. It prevents them from reporting. They are also victims. We have to consider them also. So, with that note, I'm going into my slides. There are various crimes are there: murder, rape, physical abuses, theft, and bodies lying here and there in wells, in rivers, etc., etc., and all paternity dispute cases. From all those cases, these are the biological evidences which are forwarded to a forensic laboratory: tissue, blood, bone, saliva, etc., hair, all these things. So, what we do in our forensic laboratory, we will detect blood or whatever it is, blood, semen from the materials forwarded to us, and then we will analyze them and we will report in the court and help in prosecution. So these are the biological evidences. Then these are the physical evidences: fetus, tissue remains, bones, partially burnt body contents. When body is fully burnt, we cannot retrieve any DNA from them. Then clothes from SOC. Miscellaneous evidences, all miscellaneous, such as chewing gum, cigarette butt, touch DNA sources, etc., etc. Then these are the retrieved evidences from the survivors of the all sexual abuses. Swab, that's buccal swab, vaginal swab, anal swab, all the swab. Then bloodstain in gauze cloth, bloodstain in bloods. All these things we are retrieving from the accused as well as victims. So what we will do with those evidences? First, we will detect whether the forwarded item contains blood. If it is blood, we will see for human origin. If it is human origin, we will go for grouping. So when we come to grouping, initially ABO grouping was used for identification purpose. It has low discriminating power because only 4 groups of 26. He was also awarded Nobel Prize in the year 1993. So, without this ability to make copies of the sample, it is impossible to analyze many forensic samples. PCR technique, when coupled with STR typing and all Alex Jeffrey invented those VNTR, whatever technique it is well suited to analyze forensic samples. It is because they are very sensitive, rapid, and not limited by quality or quantity. So, this is the STR typing which we are using for DNA fingerprinting. If you see this, the person here, he is having 7 repeats and 6 repeats. So, he should have inherited these repeats from both his parents. 7 repeat maybe from his mother or father, 6 repeat from another parent. So this person 4 repeat and 10 repeats, and this 12 and 14 repeats. So this forms the base for DNA typing. This small stretch of DNA, which consists of a small stretch of nucleic acid, AG, adenine, guanine, thymine, etc., is the base for DNA fingerprinting. This is the STR loci. It is selected throughout the genome, throughout all 23 chromosomes. We have selected, and they are all these markers, genetic. These are the genetic markers which are selected for DNA fingerprinting. So, how DNA typing is done? It is first evidences should be collected, sample to be prepared, then DNA extraction should be done from bone, whatever sample we have, blood, bone, tissue, stain, or whatever it is. We have to extract DNA. We have different protocols in extracting DNA. For bone, it will take some, we can automate also. It will take some 15 days, for tissue 1 day, stain 1 day, and vaginal, all seminal stains, it will take some 2 days, like that. Then we have to quantify it. After quantification, we have to amplify. After amplification, it should be typed. This is the model DNA profile. This is the in this model. These are the for each marker. There is some frequencies in that particular population. So this is the frequency for this marker in the population, in the given population. Then this is the 2 alleles. These 2 alleles, for each marker, there will be 2 alleles, one from father and one from mother. Like that, we are testing at least 15 markers and 1 amylogenin marker for sex determination. So, this with that, I will go to the implications of DNA typing, justice to POCSO victims. So, a child was rescued from a rape incident and found to be pregnant after some days. There will not be any evidence after some days except the fetus in the womb of that small child. So, what to do? In this case, DNA will be the sole assistance in delivering justice to the child. Let us see how. So, this is the embryonic sac which we receive, and from that embryonic sac, we retrieve the fetus. This is 12 to 14 weeks fetus. We will take DNA profile from the fetus, and it will be compared with the DNA profile of the victim child and accused. If there is a match, there should be 50% contribution from mother, the child victim, and 50% contribution from the father, from the alleged father. So, if it is so, we'll give a report that he is the father to this fetus. Then he'll be punished, and whatever it is. Thus, we will. This DNA report will stand alone in the court to give any punishment to the accused person. So, what are the challenges in POCSO cases? So it is essential that fetus of POXO victims should be aborted as early as possible in order to save health and mind of the child. There is laws in our country where after so many laws were there, even now the surviving victim, they are running from post to pillar to abort the unwanted fetus. So sometimes when such fetus or product of conception below 10 weeks are received for DNA analysis, it is difficult to differentiate the mother tissue from the embryonic cell mass. Even after several attempts, fetal DNA may not be extracted. So DNA report, which I say it is a sole pillar to prove the crime, will not help the poor victim. This is one of the most challenge in POXO cases which we practice, which we always encounter. So this is a product of conception which we receive. This is a real case which we receive from medical officer. In this, there is no fetal remains. So only mother tissue was there. In this case, what will happen to that girl? They cannot rely on this DNA report. More than 10% of cases which we receive will contain only mother's tissue. Fetal remains will not be there. So to overcome this challenge, NGS, we can do next generation sequencing technology, which is not available in our lab and any other forensic laboratory. Some labs are doing SNP techniques, and if this NGS, if we can practice in all the laboratories, we can overcome that that problem also. So then another thing is rape and murder. This rape and murder, more than 30% of cases where we receive is rape and murder. This is one such case where a 7-year-old child was raped and murdered by a 24-year-old youth at his apartment. He called the child by showing a dog and suffocated her to death after raping her. Then he put the body in a travel bag, took to some highway and burned the body using petrol. So this is the condition when police saw the body. It is beyond recognition. And this is the garment which they recovered from his apartment, and the garment of that girl. So first our work is to say that body is the body of the girl. So victim, it was luckily it was partially burnt. When the bone is fully burnt, we will not able to retrieve DNA from that. So victim bone was taken. It was compared with the DNA of her parents. Then we say she's the biological daughter of that parents, and she's so and so. Then from SOC, garments were collected and DNA was extracted. And male DNA was there. It was matched with the accused. So in this case, DNA is the only evidence which said that he is the culprit. So in that judgment, the honorable judge, he had mentioned budding flower being reduced to ashes even before blossoming. So it is a very sensitive case, and he was given capital punishment for this guilt. So many sessions he was punished. Another problem, another challenge is that gang rape. This gang rape, sexual assault, gang rape, it is what to say? We cannot even with when mixed profile obtained, it is very difficult to individualize those profiles. In one case, Delhi-based working women was kidnapped and sexually assaulted by 4 members of the gang. After that, it was a case was booked in so many sessions. Except biological evidence, no other evidence was there. Only biological evidence and DNA report was able to link the accused individuals to the crime. So garments from SOC was received from DNA analysis and subjected to DNA typing after confirming the presence of seminal stain in those cloths. Mixed profile was obtained and carefully it was matched with DNA profiles of the victim and perpetrators. This it was successful DNA profiling of mixed biological traces on government material, which leads to the identification of perpetrators to gang rape. So DNA, it will help, and it is the sole pillar for giving rescue or giving to solve the problems of victims. So evolving needs of DNA typing and a requirement of strong in silico tools. Apart from all these crimes, there are many other legal avenues where DNA typing plays a vital role. Identification of individuals by comparing with DNA profiles of parents and missing children from other cases across the state. Identification of repeat offenders involved in sexual assaults and other heinous crimes. Identification of victims of mass disasters such as floods in Uttarakhand or air crash, etc., etc. So many mass disasters are there, and we have only DNA help, only DNA typing help in individualizing those persons. So, in view of fulfilling those demands of forensic community, a forensic DNA profile search tool was developed indigenously for India for the first time in India by Tamil Nadu Forensic Sciences Department. It is a boon to DNA typing. When all the profiles were uploaded on the search tool, it will help in trio search, that is missing child. If missing father and mother was there, we can trace the missing child. If child and mother is there, we can trace the father. If father is there, we can trace the, if missing mother is there, we can, with the help of profile of child and father, we can trace the mother. Then match, sometimes single parent match is also will be there. So that can also be done with this tool. Then search for matching DNA profile and duplicate search also can be there. We can search that also. So by this, thank you. We should be grateful and thankful for Carrie Mullis and Ellen Jeffries, who has given revolutionized this forensic field. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
That was brilliant. I feel like I need to read up more about forensic DNA. There are so many cases where only, like how you mentioned, there are so many cases where only DNA turned out to be the
Yes.
Like a saving element in the case where there were no other evidences. So thank you so much, ma'am. This was insightful. Now we'll proceed to the question and answer section. So if anyone has any question, you can put it up in the chat box, or you can switch on your mics and ask.
Ravi, Johnson var solunga. Sorry. Johnson.
If there are any questions, you can proceed asking ma'am right now. Till any question comes up, ma'am, I had a question. Like, we've heard about CRISPR technology a lot nowadays, which is DNA editing. So, is there anything that you could tell us about that?
What?
Like, is it possible to edit DNA? Like, there's this recent thing that's come up known as CRISPR technology, right? Where we can edit the DNA strand. So is there anything that you can tell us about?
I cannot hear you properly. Can you repeat? Sorry, can you repeat?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes. Now it is audible. Yes,
ma'am. I was asking if it was possible to edit a DNA strand. Like, is it possible to edit DNA? Like
edit DNA.
Yeah.
What do you mean by editing DNA?
Like there's this new technology that's come up, right? CRISPR. It's known as CRISPR technology.
Yes.
I saw it somewhere, and there was a paper yesterday that was presented by one of the scholars with the CRISPR technology. So, is there anything that you share?
We are not practicing that technique. Maybe it may be a new one, and still I want to study about that.
Oh, so it's more under a research.
Yes, I need more information about that. We are not practically we are not doing all those things.
Okay. Yesterday we had a paper on that, and I didn't really understand.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, what was so I thought.
Okay.
Any
But
other questions?
now we cannot edit whatever comes. Now it is not possible. In this thing, we have to give the profile as such,
Okay.
and we have to compare. That is the thing we are doing. We are practicing in our laboratories.
Any other questions from the audience?
Or DNA database storage more accurate? Yes, it is very accurate.
Ma'am, have there been a lot of cases where there has been a mistake from the side of DNA profiling or from their end, which has led to false accusation? Are there a lot of cases like that?
What you are asking?
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
sound is very low. Sound is very low. Maybe I need to increase the sound, or I don't know. Hmm.
Yes, ma'am. So I was asking, like, are there many cases where where there are false accusations based on some error from DNA analysis?
Yes, yes, yes. More than 30% cases we are doing it will be a false accusation. That too in POXO cases, we encounter all false accusation. The girl, the poor girl, she will be sexually abused by her same relatives. Some maybe her father or whoever it is, and she will show some other person who she likes. So that person, when we do DNA profiling, most of the cases it will be exclusion. That too under 15. When we do paternity cases, it will be of exclusion only. So that girl maybe she may not be aware of what she's doing, or she'll be afraid of the family members, both parents, then other relatives. They will ask her. Not she's afraid of them. So it is true in many cases.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. I think that was brilliant. Thank you so much, ma'am, for
Thank you,
spending
thank
the
you,
time
thank you,
here.
thank you. Thank you.
So now let us proceed to the paper presentation of session 2. The session will be chaired by Dr. Hirak Ranjan Das, Assistant Professor, NFSU Delhi campus, and also co-chaired by Dr. Sulba Rai, Assistant Professor of Criminology, NFSU Delhi campus. Over to you, sir, ma'am.
Jansi,
Thank you so much. So, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Thank you. So, I would like to specially thank Mahalakshmi Madam for such an enlightening lecture. It was really a pleasure to listen you every time, Madam, whenever you speak. You, the way you simplify the topic, I don't think anyone else can do it better than you. So, thank you so much, Madam, for enlightening our participants. Now, moving on to our paper presentations. Uh, there are just a second. So there are a total of 6 papers to be presented over here. Uh, so, Miss Mansi Arora, Miss Diana, Mr. Hatyani, Miss Hatyani, Mr. Parth Sharma, Ajiz, that's all. So I would like to request the participants to stick to the time, and we will allow a maximum of 10 minutes for participants. So please do not cross the time so that we can wrap up with the topic in time. So after 10 minutes, we will ask you to stop your presentation so we can take a few questions. May not be more than 2 or 3 questions each topic uh, after the end of the presentation. So, seeking all your cooperations of the participants in this session, I would like to invite the first presenter, Miss Mansi Arora. She is a research scholar at National Forensic Sciences University, Delhi campus. Her title of the paper is she submitted in the conference, that is CRISPR technology, a barrier in criminal justice delivery system. So, are you there, Mansi? Please start sharing your screen.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay. So, is my voice audible to everyone? And is the screen?
You are audible loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mansi Arora. I am working at NFSU Delhi campus as a research scholar. Thank you for giving me this opportunity of presenting my work at the first international conference of forensic victimology. So I would like to introduce my topic, which is actually a huge advancement in the light of forensics. CRISPR technology and how it can act as a potential barrier in the justice delivery system. Okay, so these are the contents of the presentation.
Are you sharing your screen?
Sorry, sir.
Your screen is not visible. Are you sharing?
Yes, sir.
It's not visible.
Okay. Let me try. Sir, is it visible now?
No. You have not started presenting your screen, I think. You have to go to the shine. Three button.
Is it visible, sir?
No.
Yes,
Yeah,
now
yeah,
it's
now
visible.
it's visible. And now it's visible. Mansi.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I think it's not working in the slideshare mode, so I'll just continue like this.
No
So
problem.
these are the contents of the presentation. I would briefly discuss the routine forensic DNA work that happens in the labs, which respected Mahalakshmi ma'am has somewhat covered. And then we'll shed some light on CRISPR technology, how it works, and what are its applications. Okay. So where we will be discussing a new terminology in forensics and how that can potentially be responsible for delaying justice and can trouble the victim and their family members. Like after a traumatic incident takes place, and if justice is delayed, the kind of psychological impact it leaves on the survivor or the victim and their family member is immeasurable. Okay, so anyways, then I will talk a little about probable solutions for combating this challenge and will conclude with the main highlights of the PPT. So, when we talk about routine forensic DNA analysis work, cases such as a murder, identification, sexual assault, or a paternity dispute, we retrieve samples from the crime scene, which we call as questioned samples. Okay, so as everyone knows that this is based on the science of comparison, and for that we require kind of samples that we get, the Sam discussed it, take a lot of time. Okay, so like in this slide, you can see that there are three DNA on the left, the other one is of accused, the right, and the one in the middle is the field. Look closely, you will see that both the and the accused profiles attribute this profile, which clearly states that the victim and accused are the parents of the given fetus. This is how we conclude when we get sexual assault cases. So if you see in this profile, you can see clearly like how at day 17 and if we talk about 14 file insinuates that so talk DNA since justice agent but in so you
Mansi, your voice is not clear. Can you check your connection once? Your voice is breaking. Please check your connection once. You are not at all audible. Mansi, are you there? Hello?
Yes, sir, I'm here. It should.
Your voice quality is really poor. We cannot hear anything.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay, I think Mansi's network is.
Yeah. So I would like to ask the second presenter in the list, that is Miss Diana Banerjee. Meanwhile, Miss Mansi Arora fixes her internet connection. We can have the second speaker, that is Miss Diana Banerjee and Mr. Apurv Agrawal, to present their paper. They both are postgraduate students here in National Forensic Sciences University Delhi campus, and the topic of their presentation is a case study on the victim mind of a criminal, inflicting one's own pain on the society. So I would ask them to come and present their paper. Miss Diana and Mr. Apur.
Am I audible? Hello?
No.
Yes, Apur, you're audible.
Hello. Am I audible?
Mansi, you hold on. You hold on.
I'm so sorry for the network issues that I'm having.
It's okay, Mansi. Meanwhile, you fix your connection. Let us have the second presentation so that we don't waste any time of yours and ours as well. So fix your connection first. And after...
If I'm audible right now, I think I've got the connection back.
Okay. So if that's the case, you may continue. So Miss Diana and Mr. Apur, please hold on.
I was talking about. So I was talking about CRISPR technology, and I was trying to explain how in layman language, it just works like a find and replace function of Microsoft Word. Okay, so like it will assist you in locating the genetic material that you want to correct, and it will replace it with the new data. So where this technology was discovered by Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuel Charpentier in 2012, and they Nobel Prize in the year 2020. Okay, so if you look at its working, basically it forms a complex where an enzyme, which is Cas9, and a guide RNA molecule are involved. Now, this complex will go and responding to its base pair, and the Cas9 enzyme will cut the double strands of the DNA, and ultimately the programmed DNA will be inserted at the cut. So this is what we call gene editing or manipulation is done. So about the applications, it has revolutionized the DNA technology, by combating most of the complications that were previously faced by the experts, like generation of DNA profile in degraded samples, or when we talk about attribution of contributors in a mixed profile, it becomes really challenging while dealing with the LC contributors. LC basically stands for what? Low copy number. Okay, so due to the phenomena of preferential amplification, LCN contributor is not sufficiently discriminated in the case of mixed profile. So when we try to do PCR, there are something called as stutter products. They mask the genotype of LCN contributor. So again, it becomes very difficult to interpret the mixed profile. So in these cases, cutting is done in the DNA fragment at a specific location, and PCR independent sequencing of the target region is carried out. So this is how CRISPR is helping us out. Okay, so like any other advances in technology, CRISPR was also devised for betterment of humans, obviously, but like there were many therapeutic applications of CRISPR. For example, in cancer, in gene therapy, like if you have a disorder, a genetic disorder, and you get that part removed and replaced with a healthy part, then that can also resolve. So that's how it was used in therapeutic applications. But as quickly as a law defender or a scientist tries to develop new methods for dealing with challenges, the criminals also, keep on upgrading. So keeping that in mind, there came this origin of a term called ghost DNA profile. So if I talk about basically we have already established that this technology allows the modification of a target region. So the genetic markers which are used for human identification, they can also be targeted, which can further allow the generation of DNA profile that doesn't exist altogether. Okay, so this type of DNA is called ghost DNA, and its origin cannot be pointed. So this is a huge challenge for forensic DNA analysts, like in a case where a criminal can exploit this technology to modify its DNA and can even evade a DNA test. Okay, so such modified ghost DNA can be mixed with routine biological fluids as well. Now, how exactly can it act as a barrier to justice delivery? Well, of course, a criminal can deliberately deposit ghost DNA at the crime scene. Ghost DNA will end up generating a profile of a person who even does not exist in any population. So this can mislead the process of the investigation, which can further cause hindrance for law enforcement agencies and delay the process of justice delivery to the victim. And even if it's a cliche to say, but it's very true, justice delayed is justice denied. Let's not forget the psychological trauma and distress involved in such cases, and it keeps on inflicting pain. And it's another topic altogether, but there are studies which prove that psychological impact can have a physiological reaction as well. So let me shed some light on the possible solutions for future challenges for dealing with cases involving ghost DNA. The experts should be aware of these advancements, and they should add the SOPs of analyzing additional markers, like which all I have highlighted here. Along with the markers, they can also analyze something called as methylation pattern, which definitely differs. Okay, all the ghost DNA profiles, they are going to be unmethylated. So these are the highlights of the session. The application of CRISPR in forensics, how ghost DNA can delay the process of justice delivery for victim or the survivor and their family members, and a bit about the probable solutions for overcoming these challenges. Here is the published paper. You can find it using the given link. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Vice Chancellor, Campus Director, Dean of Academics at NFSU, and the organizers of the conference, and of course, my mentor for this opportunity. Here is the mention of the published papers for the references. And in the end, I would like to thank you for providing me with the opportunity to present my work and for paying attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansi. Is there any question from the audience? Yeah. Dr. Mohammed Suban Attar. Please, sir, go ahead with your question.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mansi Arora for such a wonderful presentation. My simple question is that can you more elaborate on the ghost DNA? Whether the ghost DNA was given by some particular scientist or it was created by yourself to present in this paper? Thank you.
Thank you for the compliment, sir, and the question. Yes, this terminology actually we have derived from a couple of literature, which is still coming up in the scientific community, and people are not much aware. Like the forensic fraternity itself is not much aware about the terminology. So that's why I wanted to present it out and to create a groundwork for this work to be carried out, because it's mostly in the paper and research stage right now, though CRISPR technology is advancing from therapeutic perspective, but from forensic perspective, how it can be exploited by the criminal, that is still in a very and I hope it stays like that and no criminal gets the hands on such information and they end up creating something like a ghost DNA.
So, do we have any other questions from the audience? So, if no, I have a question for Ms. Arora. Like, which types of cases are most likely to be, where this ghost DNA is there? I mean, which type of cases are there?
Like any case which involves a DNA sample, which is like every biological fluid ever, right? So whatever is available on crime scene, we go and we take it to the DNA lab and then we process it, right? So if, for example, someone wants to probably get someone else get stuck in some case, or maybe they want to evade the law enforcement agencies by just depositing a ghost DNA profile there, just because they know that this will mislead their investigation and they might take even longer or might not be able to reach that person ever. So that's where they can exploit this ghost DNA samples and this entire technology. I hope I answered you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Thank you, Mansi.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arora, for the wonderful presentation. So now I would like to request Ms. Hatyani Shanti Patel
Thank you.
to come and present her paper. She is a research scholar in National Forensic Sciences University, Delhi campus. And the title for her presentation is Adaptation of Hate Crime Beliefs in an Indian Context. Ms. Hatyani, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Can you see my screen?
Yes, it's visible.
I'll start with my presentation then. Good morning to all the dignitaries and the conference people. Thank you for this opportunity. My presentation today will be on adaptation of hate crime belief skill in Indian context. My guide was Dr. Krishna Kumar Mishra from Gandhinagar campus. Hate crime is also known as a bias motivated crime, which is also motivation based crime against either a person, institution, or a community based on their maybe their religion, caste, gender, sexual orientation, disability, ethnicity, or the work they practice. And here, the way the hate crime is perceived by the public and how the legalities behind how the law behind hate crime is very vital for our community, and how the hate crimes affect the individual as well as the society, and the damaging effects it has on the individual is also important. As of now, till now, there was no scale available in India to measure the public attitude towards hate crime and legalization towards the offenders and victims in India. So, my aim of this study was to develop to adapt already made up already researched scale called as hate crime belief scale from US to the Indian context. And the methodology I used was non-experimental, and it was an exploratory study. The participants were all over from India, and I got a total of 224 participants. The sampling was convenient and snowballing sampling, and the inclusion criteria was the participants should be above 18 years of age and should be able to understand English. And the data collection method was hybrid mode, online using Google Form and offline using questionnaires. And the tools which were used was the hate crime belief scale, Indian version scale, which was modified to suit the Indian context, and social dominance orientation scale, which was developed by Prato, which measures the attitude towards in-group and out-group, and Neo5, which is the Big Five personality scale. And the statistical techniques used were exploratory factor analysis, confirmatory factor analysis, Cronbach alpha, and correlation. And the results I got from the factor analysis was in the original scale, which was 40 item scale. Sorry. In the 40 item scale, the figure which I got, the model which I got wasn't suitable to the Indian population. And then the 4-factor model, which had 40 items, the original scale had 5 factors, and then we reduced it to 4-factor model, and still it wasn't, the model wasn't suitable. And then we divided, and after doing exploratory factor analysis and confirmatory factor analysis, the final model was of 30 items, and it was divided into a 5-factor model scale. The pilot study reliability was 0.84, and the overall reliability of the 30 item scale is 0.85. And the reliability of all the 5 factors are all above 0.6. And this is the correlation between hate crime belief scale and the other scales which was used for convergent validity. As you can see here, one second. The negative belief scale had a high negative correlation with the openness to experience, and had a negative correlation with the neuroticism. And the sentencing severity also, the compassion. The compassion had a negative correlation with the neuroticism, and prejudice. Prejudice also had a negative correlation with openness to experience. Most of the research findings were similar to the previously found results only. And the discussion is from the original 40 structure scale, which had namely 4 factors: negative beliefs, offender beliefs, deterrence, and victim harm. Ideally, there was 8 factors in my research. 8 factors were found, and normally each factor should either have 3 or should have more items in a factor. So some of the factors were removed, and then the 5-factor structure was emerged. The difference in the different factor structure could be contributed to the different culture system in the US and in India. And the current scale has a 5-factor, namely negative beliefs, which has 14 items, sentencing severity, which has 5 items, compassion towards victims, that is 5 items, prejudice towards certain minority communities has 3 items, and victim harm has 3 items. The current factor structure seems useful in Indian setup and also can be tested with other population in India. And the limitations and suggestions of this study are, there are low number of participants, that is only 224, and majority of the population participants were female, that was 63%, and the scale was only in English, so the rural Indians were not able to understand the items. And as this research only used questionnaire, sometimes it became difficult for the participants to comprehend some items and answer with a prejudice. So it would be better if vignettes were used in addition to the questionnaire. And some of the participants were not able to understand and empathize with the victims, or understand the perception of hate crime from the victim's perspective. And in future research may include other ethnic, geographical, disabilities, and ages, and other types of hate crimes which are which happen regularly but are usually ignored in our society. And future research can also focus on getting data from diverse population. Like in this research, we only had a majority was female. We can have the other genders also, ethnic groups, gender identity, religion, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, and habitats. These are the references I used. And thank you for everyone for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Satyani, for such an empirical research. So I'd like the audience to ask any question if they have. The session is open for question answer. The audience, if they have any question. Okay, so though it was very detailed and empirical research, Ms. Satyani. I would just ask, because so many students are also here who are listening
Yes,
to
ma'am.
these sessions. I only want to ask you a very simple question. Like, since we all know that hate crime is a social legal problem and it's a very subjective
Yes,
topic.
ma'am.
Okay, so how far do you think it's justified to quantify the research, and also whether it includes the concern of the victims?
Ma'am, can you repeat yourself because your voice just broke?
Okay, what I'm saying is, like, hate crime, we all know that it's a social legal issue, right? And it's a very subjective topic, which needs. There are so many aspects. How far do you think it's justified to quantify it? I mean, quantify the research.
Just 1 second, ma'am. Hold on. Even though it's a very subjective topic, ma'am, hate crime occurs in our daily life. Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening.
It occurs in our daily life, even though we are the victims or not. Either on, it occurs all around us, and it has been ignored daily. Uh, Name it on the base of race or caste. Also, it has been ignored. So unless and until it is not quantified, like quality, we can just take interviews, which happens, but it is only for person, for some victims only, not to all the victims. The hate crime, like the statistics which we already have, it is only personal interviews. There is no there is no uh, research or statistics shown where how many people are victims of hate crime. So unless and until we don't get a particular number of how many people face the hate crime, there will be no laws against it. Hello.
Yes, I completely
I
agree.
hope I could answer your question, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
ma'am.
It's very important to have a scale like that can measure the exact like level of hate crime lead. So it is a very helpful scale, I believe. So
Thank you, ma'am.
with this, I would like to move on to the next speaker. I'd like to invite the next speaker, Ms. Diana Banerjee and Mr. Apurv Agarwal. They both are postgraduate students in MA Criminology program in National Forensic Sciences University, Delhi campus. And the title of their presentation is A Case Study on the Victim Mind of a Criminal, Inflicting One's Own Pain on the Society. So, Ms. Dinah and Mr. Apurv Agarwal, over to you. Please go ahead. Ms. Dinah, please unmute yourself.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Am I audible?
Yeah, now you are audible. Go ahead.
So, good morning to everyone who is present here. My name is Diana, and I'll be beginning with my research paper, which is A Victim Mind of a Criminal Inflicting One's Own Pain on the Society. So, everything that comes from the society, it goes back to it. And every oppressor is somewhere oppressed as well. So, with this, I would like to begin. The aim of this research paper is to study the fact that criminals are victim too. And as from the very beginning of this civilization, the scenarios of justice and injustice came to light. That when someone were getting,
Ms. Banerjee, your slides are not moving.
my slides are not moving. Oh,
No.
just give me a second.
Yeah, it's okay now. Fine.
Okay. Is it okay now?
Yes, Ms. Banerjee, go ahead.
Okay. So, as I was talking about, that the scenarios of justice and injustice came to light as with the very beginning of the civilization. That when someone somewhere was getting the sunrise, somewhere was seeing the sunset. That human nature is something so complex that when somebody is getting the opportunity, like better opportunities, somewhere out there was struggling, suffering, and they felt that they were being subjected to injustice. So, understanding the victim mind with the context of latter being the criminal. The victim is someone who is, in legal terms, a person, individually or collectively, have suffered harm, including physical or mental injury, emotional suffering, economic loss, or substantial impairment of their fundamental rights through act or omissions that are in violation of criminal laws operative within member states, including those laws prescribing criminal abuse of power. So, as this definition, it's very clear that every human has some fundamental needs and right, but there are some innumerable instances where these needs don't get fulfilled, which later results in frustration and dissatisfaction. Biologically, it's said that people are born equal, but their socio-economic situations or their psychological needs are not equal. There are so many instances where they face deprivation, they face disparities, and with those disparities and deprivation, the concept of rebel or conflict emerged. As Emil Durkheim, a sociologist, a French sociologist, he said that deviancy was indeed important for the society, as it is a way to let the rebellion out, to let people know that somewhere in the society something was not going right, something was not functioning well, that somebody out there was facing challenges, was facing difficulties, was facing suppression. So the people who are subjected to such emotional, sociological, or psychological problems, they tend to retaliate in the forms of rebel, and which are often seen as the causes of crime or deviancy acts. A criminal is someone, a person who violates the criminal laws, be it statutory, be it a case law, and it is followed by punishment, and those actions are committed without any excuse or defense, that they are committing those crimes in their sane mind, that with the elements of mens rea and actus reus, they are going by that. And as they are suffering from an abuse, so it's very hard for them to function normally, because in the first place, if they were not given the respect, the care, the love that they were supposed to be getting, and they were not getting that, it's very hard for them to reciprocate or give these things to the society, because they never got these things in the first place. They don't, so they don't understand the values of these things. So as per the statement, it follows, as I said, that if somebody out there was having a good time and they never face any sort of cruelties, for them it's very hard to sympathize or empathize with the people who were subjected to all these sort of disparities. The tag of always being a criminal, like Lombroso discussed, a person is born criminal, and then there are theorists who said that no, it's the nature versus nurture theories out there. So there were so many conflicts going on in the subject of criminology. The case study of Charles Manson, the infamous cult leader. Now, why I took his example is because when I did the background research for Charles Manson with the help of secondary data that was available, I found out that he was abandoned by his mother when he was a child, and then he adapted to maladaptive ways of living life, like petty theft and all. So he kept on going to prisons and getting back from them. He did that. So there was this habitual offending that he did, he followed. And later what happened that when he tried to adapt the normal ways, the other ways. He was a great musician as well. He wanted to be one. He wanted to influence the world with his music. So what really happened that he tried to inculcate his music. He wanted people to see his talent, but he was again discouraged. People gave him fake hopes. People did not give him the correct opportunity that he really needed. And that was a kick for him to deviate again, once again. So he formed this Manson family, which was formed by the deviated youth, the people who were not getting the chance, the people who were just like him. So he was being a leader to them. He guided them, but in all the wrong ways, and which led to the mass murder, which also killed Sharon Tate. So the key elements for him being such an influential person was his evergreen charm and his ability to sympathize with people. He could understand the psychology of others because he was suffering from that pain, so he could connect with them. And being abandoned by his own mother, that was a very important factor that led him to his criminality. And if I recall, in this very beginning, I hope I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Thank you. So as I said, so yeah, here we have the pictures of Robert Thompson and John Venables. Now these are known as very young killers. They were just 10 years old when they killed James Bulger, and that was really horrific. When the investigation of this case was going on, the police investigation team, they got to know that these kids were coming from a very socially, economically deprived families, that they were not getting the care, the respect, the treatment that they were supposed to be having, that they were subjected to, that was their fundamental need, that was not getting completed or required. Now again, on the focusing on the case study of the denotified tribes of India, as these tribes are the communities who are the most vulnerable and deprived. Denotified tribes are communities that were notified as being born criminals during the British regime under the series laws of starting with the Criminal Act Tribes of 1871. Nomadic and semi-nomadic communities are defined as those who moved from one places to another, and these people were subjected to the born criminal theory. As per the labeling theories goes on, the labeling theory given by Howard Becker, he talks about how society labels people as criminals, even if they are not being criminal, they are not being associated with criminal activities, but still they are being subjected to it. And so, as per the in psychology, there's this effect, the Malian effect, in which a person adapts to the sort of thinking, the sort of perception he receives from the other people. Even if we consider in sociology also discusses the same thing, that people get to know their status and their role from the help of the society. That society is the one who tells us who we really are. So that what really happened with the case of denotified tribes, that they were being subjected to this labeled, this tag of born criminals, and even if they were not criminals in the first place, they became one.
Please wrap up. We are running out of time.
Okay, so I'll be just concluding my point that if people were getting this fair opportunity to have growth in life, even if it was not possible for the very beginning, but it can be possible throughout their life, there are chances that a lot of criminal activities can be controlled, they can be prevented only with the help of the society. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
Okay. Can you just briefly describe the methodology you used in this study?
Sorry, sir, I was not able to hear you.
Can you briefly describe the methodology you used in this study?
So I use secondary data. The data that I got from the books, the criminological theories, the theological theories.
What is secondary data?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean by secondary data?
The researches that have been conducted before
Huh?
and the data we see from them.
Is it the only definition? Any more point? If you are a student, that's why I asked. Okay, always remember primary data, if once it is subjected to statistical analysis at least once, after that only it can become a secondary data.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that
Yes.
is the correct definition of secondary data. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
So moving on to our next topic, Mr. Parth Sharma, are you there? Mr. Parth.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
So Mr. Parth Sharma, he is a postgraduate student at National Forensic Sciences University, Delhi campus. So his topic of presentation is understanding neuroprofiling of victimization, a scientific analysis. So welcome, Mr. Parth. Over to you. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
So just a second, actually, we are getting some questions in the chat box. So I would like to request all the presenters to remain with us so that we can take the questions after this session, after the end of this session. Okay. So all the speakers are requested to kindly be with us throughout the session. Thank you. Parth, you can go ahead.
Mr. Sharma, please unmute yourself.
Right, ma'am. Is my presentation visible and am I audible?
Yes, audible and the slides are also visible. Please go
Thank
ahead.
you, ma'am. So, good morning, everyone. The title of my paper is Understanding Neuroprofiling of Victimization, a Scientific Analysis. So, as the name suggests, the goal is to establish individual profiles of victims through their brain scans using the Forensic Investigation Instrument, BEOS. Now, brain electrical oscillation signature profiling, BEOS, uses EEG technique to capture the brain waves. Specific probes, which are statements pertaining to the criminal event, are presented in an audio format to the subject to trigger the relevant memories. Now, the aim is to find out the kind of memory the subject has for any particular act. That is the memory experiential or non-experiential? Hence, BEOS helps us in identifying the elements which the subject has experienced and the elements which the subject just knows. Now, this paper focuses on the intensity of remembrance for subjects who have experienced trauma. The response in their form of their brain activity is evaluated to ascertain the differences in activation intensity and areas. The core of this research is victims. I'd like to take the Nirbhaya case. It took 8 years for the case to come to a conclusion. The parents of Nirbhaya toiled for 8 long years between court proceedings, media, police, and whatnot. There is always an inevitable need of a scientific framework to deal with victim assistance. The trauma of Nirbhaya's parents is not discussed in the court. Courts should take a thorough cognizance of the mental state or psychological well-being of the family members of victims. A crucial domain that BEOS evaluates is the intensity of remembrance. For every single probe presented, BEOS provides a report of the values of beta and gamma brainwave activity. It shows the intensity of remembrance through the values of the brainwave activity and also through brain scans of the individual. Now, this is how a brain scan looks. The probe presented to the subject is "I apologized." The shades of red are showing a higher brain activation. Now, there are markings identifying the lobes of brain, such as frontal, parietal, and so on. Hence, we can see that in the event being discussed here, this is how the subject is remembering the episode, especially when he apologized. Similarly, the next image is for the probe, "We often had fights." And these are the areas which are activated more intensely than the other areas. Now, if we compare the two probes, in "I apologized," we can see more activation in the occipital region, which deals with visual memories. And in the probe, "We often had fights," there is more activation in the temporal region, which deals with auditory memories. Therefore, while remembering the event of apologizing, the subject has more visual elements, whereas for fights, the subject is remembering more of verbal arguments or shouting. Now, this table here shows the beta and gamma brainwave activity values. The results showed that the brainwave activity while remembering trauma is the gamma brainwave activity. This brainwave function at 35 Hz and above. This means that the brainwave oscillations occur across different regions of the brain instead of being limited to small regions. It shows a complete, alert, wakeful consciousness of the individual with a high level of cognitive functioning. So trauma, being the reaction of an individual to a particular situation, is a crucial concept, especially in the domain of criminal justice. General population and victims of crime and abuse of power have different types, intensities, and timelines of trauma faced by them. Scientifically evaluating the experiences of criminal events can be helpful in identifying the right kind of psychological assistance for the victims and their family members. Another crucial domain is that of investigation. BIOS administration can also bring out critical details about the criminal event, which can be highly beneficial for the investigators. Also, it can be used to identify if the case is a false case. So the problem of not being able to scientifically analyze the intensity of trauma and ignoring the victim can eventually be mitigated through the neuroprofiling process of victims. Administering BIOS on all victims of crime to scientifically evaluate their authenticity, impact of victimization, and level of assistance needed can guide the investigation and victim support in the right direction. These are the application areas of my research, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parth Sharma.
Thank you,
for the presentation. So I would like the audience, if they have any questions, they can just go ahead and ask. Because we are short of time also, so if not right now, they can just type the question in the chat box, and at the end of this technical session, whoever the speaker is, they can address those questions at the end of the session. So moving on to the last speaker for this technical session, that is Mr. Ajish.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing anything. So, Mr. Ajish is a forensic professional in Regional Forensic Sciences Laboratory, Kannur. And the topic of his paper is Paternal and Sibling Incest Cases in Kerala, India, a psychological overview in Indian scenario. So I would like to request Mr. Ajish to go ahead with his presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible and the screen is also visible. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay. So first of all, good morning, everyone. And I would like to introduce myself Ajish Takkadavan, Assistant Director in Forensic Lab, Kannur, Kerala. And me, along with my colleagues at Dr. Helna and Vijit PS, we are trying to present a small topic based on some actual experiment result in the laboratory. So I think our screen is visible. Madam, my screen is visible? Hello?
Yes, sir. Screen is visible, sir.
Okay.
It's visible. It's visible. Please go ahead. Before you start, sir, I would like to take the names of the co-authors of the paper as well. That is Dr. Helna A.K. and Shri Lijit S. I'm really sorry for the confusion here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, sir, it is visible. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So we would like to present a topic based on actual experiment, this paternal and sibling incest cases in Kerala, and psychological overview in Indian scenario. So our main aim is to correlate the result noticed from DNA and cyber lab regarding the incest cases to connect the psychology of the victim and also the accused. So let us start with the definition of the victim. The definition of the victim in the early stage has now changed a little bit. The victima was used to describe the individuals or animals whose lives were destined to be sacrificed to please a deity that is without harm. In modern criminal justice system, the word victim has come to describe any person who has experienced injury, loss, or hardship due to illegal action to other individuals. In modern world, the victimology refers scientific study of victim and victimization including the relation between victim and offender or offenders, investigators, court, media, and social movement, etc. So let us discuss the objectives of our study. Our discussion topic is mainly on the forensic victimology in POCSO-related cases with a special emphasis on incest cases. So about our materials and methods, the result is based on the examination of sexual assault cases, that is POCSO cases, during last 3 years at Regional Forensic Laboratory, Kannur, Kerala. The shocking increase of POCSO-related and incest cases in the last 3 years, based on the cases received and examined in the laboratory, leads to this discussion. Actually, our work consists of about 500 sexual assault cases. Thus, we have taken around 500 sexual assault cases for our study. And among them, 13 were incest cases leads to pregnancy. And among them, the 9 were paternal incest, that's by the father, and others were sibling incest, that's by the brother. The number constitute around 3% of the total data we have analyzed. And very shockingly and very alarmingly, in some sibling incest cases, the accused age is around or below 50. That is, in our 2 cases, the brother that's accused having an age of 13 and the victim, the sister, having an age of 15. Then, out of these 500 sexual assault cases we have studied, 20 were incest cases that not resulted in pregnancy. So, in many cases, the victims belong to less than 10 years. We categorize them as type 1 victims. And cases with the male victims also not very rare, or this number that is not leads to pregnancy constitute around 4% of total data analyzed. So let us look at the pie chart. So this pie chart picturizes among this 100% among the 500 data, the 3% resulted in pregnancy and 4 not resulted in pregnancy, but both are the incest cases. So total data analyzed, 7% belongs to incest cases. And this condition and this observation leads to discuss this topic in front of the society as a social commitment. So for our study, we have categorized the victim into 2 types. The type 1, the victims of age group below 10 years, and type 2, the victims of age group above 10 years. In type 1, the victims were normally subjected to external sexual activities. That is why the accused may be used for touching or rubbing like that. In type 2, that is the age above 10, the victims were normally subjected to intercourse, anal sex or oral sex. So let us look at the impact. When we analyze the POCSO incest cases, most of the victims were assaulted not just once, but are sexually exploited continuously. This observation raised a relevant question whether the trustee home become untrustee for some children. That is the main topic of our study. While go through the question, we heard about child labor and physical harassment, but we never think about incest prevalent in Indian society. In accordance with genetics of sexuality, as we know, the F2 generations are produced by selfing F1 progenies. But since it has some ethical issues in the case of human beings, we stick on assuming pedigree analysis. But incest reveals this selfing of F1 or the mating between the related groups can happen in our society also. We have already heard about the Oedipus and Electra complex. So I am talking about psychological aspects. The attachment of male child towards mother and female child towards father in early stages are quite noticeable in every family. But the sexual desire towards daughter or sister from the close group arouses a serious question about the safety measures and the victim psychology. The victims of sexual assault from close groups are not in a position to ascertain right and wrong, and then never expect guardians will misbehave. So incest cases need a thorough psychological discussion. Let us look at the causes of increase in incest cases. And we have taken the data from 3 years. Why we are taking the 3 years data? Because it is the outbreak of COVID-19 and lockdown period. So the first reason we have noticed decline in socialization and relationships. We'll discuss the matter. Impact of electronic gadgets like mobile phones, change in lifestyle, drug use, ignorance of scientific investigation approach that we have to be corrected, and low rate of conviction that also a matter in this concern. And when we go to the special case of lockdown, the world has shrunken to their own houses. Yes, everyone deviate from society and they now stick on their home and then into a room, then into a lab, then into mobile phones. So that mobile phone or the lab become their world. So as we know, the basic needs of humans include food, shelter, and mating. And this is quite interesting that the cost for lust has risen dramatically as they got more and more time to fancy about sex. Choice of entertainment was limited, freedom for movement was restricted, and energy need to be spent in some way, and this might have led to large number of incest cases that we noticed. Then about the post-trauma effect. The victim has the addiction to sensual pressures, especially in teenagers, distraction from studies and increased anxiety, tendency to hide and lie, isolation from peer groups, irresponsible behavior and deviation from social aspects, guilt feeling which may lead to suicide tendency. Criminal procedure often have a negative impact on minor victims. They are not aware of the procedures prevalent in society. And when we go to social and cultural impact, development of psychological disorders such as pedophilia and sexual perversion, deterioration of family bonding, and increasing number of homosexual individuals, both lesbians and gay culture. And the effect of impact of pornographic content also. The easy access to pornographic content infuses erotic thoughts, transmission of pornographic content, exposure to dating website and sex chat platform, exposure to unnatural sex. So let us go to suggestions. So all these suggestions we are derived based on the actual observation, actual experiment, actual data we have got in our laboratory. That is, among the 500 cases, we have 7% having the case of incest, and as we discussed, the 3% leads to pregnancy and the 4 not leads to pregnancy. So on the discussion about victim psychology, we have to point out the prevention is better than cure. As we already talked about the victim psychology, the victim rehabilitation, but the crime rate shows the number of victims increase day by day. So our main motto is to how to prevent this crime, or that means the prevention is always better than cure. So in type 1 POXO cases we have studied, that is the victim age below 10 years, the accused seems to be more or around 50 years of age in our observation. That is means around 50. The people who were at the end of reproductive stage, that is we define them biologically, but the society placed them in a post-reproductive stage. That is the main issue also. People consider this age group as old age, and normally the sexual urge from the partner is almost denied. Then they approach younger age, especially the type 1 groups, and those children misunderstand this behavior as a paternal care. Further, if someone notices this activity, the accused conceal his real intention and pretend to be innocent. And how to prevent this crime? So, as a simple suggestion, apart from mere old age homes, society needs to construct recreation clubs for the age groups between 50 to 70, and where they can open up without inhibition. The urge to lust has to be diverted in other social activities. And again, the psychological aspect, every individual has the psychological mind of id, ego, and superego. As we know, it is the primitive and instinctual part of the mind that contains sexual and aggressive drives and promote us to do crime. Ego gives caution and the realistic part, and superego prevent it by saying the chance of caught by law is maximum. That's called the moral consciousness. So if conviction rate decreases, it dominates the superego. So we have to increase the conviction rate by scientific methods. In parental incest cases, the effect of drug also makes a factor. So educate the child about good and bad touch by others. In sibling incest cases, electronic gadgets plays a major role. That is our observation again. To experiment something that noticed in sites, they use the siblings, and unknowingly, as a part of curiosity, the victim also become a part of this. Here, proper sex education must be a solution. In a scenario of COVID-19 outbreak, again, we have observed some things change in society. Each and every child seems to be well educated in social media app and platform, and majority of the parents depend their child for assistance for the social media help. It creates a false impression that parents are unaware of these and children start hiding things. As we know, as per the new education system, the children born in the digital world are known as millionaires, and the parents are the migrants. When migrants try to control natives, the irritation starts. So as a solution, parents also emerge to learn technology up to the mark of their children. Why we are pointing this point? Because to educate the parents to cope up with the technology, then only they can understand the change happens to their children in their home and also our society. In such incest happens, the rehabilitation of the child has to be done in scientific manner. Here, he or she need the help of a forensic psychologist who knows victim psychology as well as criminal procedure in a proper way. The time lag should be avoided, and media should prevent from reporting in a story way, even though they hide the name, but provide clues to recognize the victim. That should be legally banned and become a punishable offense. And our next observation is some POXO cases. We have noticed the child become a victim of their parental disputes or civil matter. If any child is falsely placed in a case, the parents must be prosecuted as same as accused. Another one, I think everyone need a keen learners, and also we need some listeners also. We are trying to learn something from society, and also we have a mind to hear our surroundings. Every child needs a listener, and when we fail, false listeners emerge in that space. Usually parents become a good motivators, but in incest cases, the parents or the blood relations become the accused, and hence corner to corner, experts were appointed by the government, or the post of a forensic psychologist in every school complex must be needed. In our conclusion part, we have discussed the incest is a sexual exploitation of a person who is legally unable to give informed consent. Or very simple, it is exploitation of a child by a relative with more power. The 3% data of incest leading to pregnancy and 4% does not lead to pregnancy memorize us the cultural change happens in society. Human beings sometimes fail to recognize their own blood relations in front of sexual desire. If it happens in the home, the more protective habitat become unsuitable for their lives. So even family counseling and family relationships also be considered. Then another point we have to just point out, junk food culture leads to hormonal imbalance and early maturity. The hidden social media platform give a false courage of doing anything. That is, in the corona period or COVID-19 outbreak, we wear masks, but actually what happens, human beings try to put a mask in their face, the whole face, while they are chatting in the social media app. This psychological change of the victim has to be addressed seriously. In fake cases, that means the accused become a victim. We have a case of 2 or 3 cases. That is, the accused is not a real accused, and in that case, he's a victim, and their mental ability also be considered. Some bad experience in the past nurture the id of us, and as a rebellion movement, someone behave like this in society.
Sir, we are running out of time, sir.
Yes, on the point that incest happens, the 3+ ratio, that gradually sexual violence against the child may be increased rapidly, so we have to prevent it. So, as a closing part, we are just to point out the suggestions, and our homeland, our home should be the protected area for our children, and the habitat plays a major role for the mental development of an organism, and never allow this habitat become their graveyard. So I will conclude with the great words of the American author: home is where you are loved the most and act the worst. So hopefully our home should be the protective land, and the society will learn, the people or children will develop their career in their home. So let us hope the home should be our safe zone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ajit sir. Now the forum is open for discussion. Is there any question? I can see Shweta Sharma has raised her hand. Can you go ahead with your question, Shweta? Are you there? Are you there, Shweta?
Hello, can you? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir. You are audible. You are audible.
Okay, sir.
If Shweta is not there, then, sir, I have a question actually.
Yes, sir.
So you have already mentioned during your presentation that low conviction rate is the major problem for associated with the incest cases. So is there any technical glitch in the incest cases which prevents the conviction of the accused?
Last part I can't hear, sir. Is there any?
Is there any technical glitch in the laboratory when you are analyzing the incest cases?
Technical means, sir?
Is there any technical problem?
No, sir. No, sir. We have analyzing the cases here, but because the large number of cases and delay in report, that means the laboratory and manpower shortage becomes the main issue from lab side.
Any technical problem, sir?
No, sir. No, sir. Technically, we have no problem.
Okay. Are you finding more number of homozygous genotypes in the incest cases in comparison to normal cases?
Homozygotic?
Homozygous genotypes. Are you
Yes.
Huh?
We have one case of that one, one or two cases. There is incest happens between the twins.
Okay.
We have two cases.
No, sir. Actually, incest, father-daughter incest, it increases homozygosity. That's the basic fundamental rule of genetics, as per the genetic rule.
Yes.
So, incest cases will always increase the level of homozygosity.
Yes, sir. Yes.
In the child.
Yes, sir.
So that would create a major problem in analyzing those cases, because ideally what happens, you cannot distinguish between a father-daughter incest and a brother-sister incest.
Yes.
Okay, so that is the major technical glitch when we talk about the twist analysis.
Yes, sir. We have discussed this topic in a psychological way. We are not going to, based on the DNA data, we go for the psychological aspects of this case.
Okay.
So the shortage of time that we are focusing on the psychological aspect.
Thank you. Thank you. Any more questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks.
Sir?
Yes, Mahalakshmi.
Yes. Sir, you are asked about homozygosity. We have many cases where there is, right now I am also having one case in my hand. There is no homozygous. It is a case of incest. There is no homozygous alleles. I am having one case right in front of me. This also, so it is, we cannot tell.
That it increases.
Yes. It is there. Just now I'm having in my hand. You asked that question. Just I went through the alleles. There is no homozygous allele child. Because it is shared between mother and we cannot tell. It is very, what to say, 2 to the power of 23 into 2 to the power of 23. So trillions of combinations are there. So we cannot say.
But in
Always we should be ready for a surprise in forensic cases.
No, actually, my suggestion is that in case of incest cases, we should go for the alternative markers as well, in addition to the autosomal STR markers.
Yes, if there is any, yes.
Either we should go for XSTR as well as YSTR marker to support our data at least.
Yes.
Because incest cases are really difficult to interpret from statistics point of view. As I said, ma'am, actually it is really difficult. If you do not have the reference sample correctly, then there is a chance also that father is matching as well as the brother can also match.
Yes. No. We haven't encountered cases like that till now. If we no, we haven't tested the brother. No, we haven't typed the brother's thing. No, it is there. If we do that, may come.
That is theoretically possible.
Yes.
So that question is really difficult to answer. Defend whether I can say in the court of law.
A good presentation, Mr. Ajish. It is very nice. You have combined everything, and I liked your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mahalakshmi. Thank you, Ajisha.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
We have a few questions in the chat box. Shweta Sharma, you asked a question. Is it more focused on rehabilitation or reformation of criminal? If you could explain about victim mind of a criminal.
I think this question is for Ms. Dinah and Mr. Apur.
Are you there? Ms. Dinah and Mr. Apur?
Ms. Dinah, are you there to address the question? Though I can see that Mr. Apur Agrawal has tried and just replied in the chat box. If you're satisfied with the answer, we can take another question from Mr. Granger. That is, will bone marrow transplant to consider as close DNA since it could give new DNA? So I think this question is for Ms. Mansi Arora. She is here. Ms. Mansi Arora, are you here?
Are you there, Mansi? So I think the speakers have left us. So we will try to get back to the speakers, and the questions we'll send you in the chat box in the next session maybe. So thank you everyone. Thank you Mahalakshmi ma'am for your such a nice and wonderful presentation, and I would like to thank all the participants who presented their topic in this session. So I would like to request our co-chairperson, Madam, please wrap up the session.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Sulbha Rai, Assistant Professor in Department of Criminology in National Forensic Sciences University, Delhi campus. So once again, I'm really thankful to all the speakers to throw light on various serious and very important issues, starting from the ghost DNAs, which is a very new concept for me as a faculty of criminology. It was very interesting and enlightening presentation. Moving on to Ms. Hatyani, who had a very good presentation on hate crime belief scale, which tells us that there's, apart from studying a subject, a topic which is subjective in nature, we need to have some, psychometric scale to quantify it, to measure it. Then we had a very interesting session from our postgraduate students. I must say that it's a commendable effort from their side, Ms. Diana and Mr. Apur, who presented on the issues of denotified tribes, which we can say that they are the victims of state, right from the time when we were a colony. We have more than 150 or 200 communities that have been labeled as born criminals. Then, so very nicely they touched upon their, issues, and then we had Mr. Parth who told us about the, various issues related to and neuroprofiling of victimization, how we can understand what's going on literally into the brains of the victims. So it was a very scientific paper that was presented. And lastly, Mr. Ajish, he threw light upon various psychological aspects when it comes to incest, which is again very sensitive and very important issue that we are dealing with. Also, we talked about the various glitches that are there, technical glitches, and apart from that, what I feel that cases like incest, FOXO, it's very difficult to come to a conclusion, or the conviction rate is low because of the reasons that most of the times the providers are the perpetrators. So with that, I can say that we had a very enriched technical session and a very brainstorming technical session, I can say. So I congratulate to all of you. Thanks once again. And with this, I would like to wrap up this technical session. Thank you so much. And on behalf of National Forensic Sciences University, again, thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Ritin for moving ahead with the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, with this, we've come to an end of session 2 of the conference. So everyone is requested to go for their lunch break and assemble back in front of your screens for the third technical session post-lunch. The chair and co-chairpersons and presenters are requested to be in front of your screens, ready to present from 2 p.m. sharp. So please don't be late, and we'll see you all for the third session. Thank you very much.
If I may, I have a small announcement for the chairperson and the co-chairperson. Are they there?
Yes, ma'am.
Deepak and is Kanika also there? Now, please announce before the name or after the name of the presenter, please announce the category, whether it's a student or a research scholar or a professional. Okay? So that the evaluator can understand which category the presenter belongs to. Okay, this did not happen in the last. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. During the presentation, Dr. Kanika will do it.
Yes.
And during the question and answer
Yeah.
session, and after that, I will also do that.
Yes, please do that.
So
Because the previous
that will be done twice.
Yeah, the previous.
Also, ma'am, I would like to ask you one question. There is this PhD scholar joint paper from PhD scholar and assistant professor. So the PhD scholar category will be declared for that, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Who's presenting?
Ms. Himani Sharma?
No, the scholar is presenting, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Let me be the scholar.
Okay, ma'am.
And just leave it with the comments. Don't go into scoring and marking and things like that. Okay? Because I think last session that also happened. We were trying to score.
Okay.
Not our mandate. Our mandate is just to share. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, Ratin.
There is a small technical glitch from. Dr. Janice will be joining us in a bit. So we will just wait till 2:10 p.m. and we'll see if the issue can be resolved. Otherwise, we will proceed with the papers and we'll wait for ma'am to come and then we'll go to her talk. So we'll just wait till 2:10 p.m. and we'll proceed after that.
Hello, Ritin, hear me?
Maybe that's Janice. Who's the unknown who has joined? Please ask them to identify themselves. Ritin, can you see
Yes.
somebody has joined?
Uh,
Please ask them
Dr.
to
Ja-
identify themselves, because this is...
Dr. Janice, are you with us?
There is somebody who just joined without a name.
Yeah, there's someone
Please
called
try
Sunil.
to... Please tell them to identify themselves, because we cannot admit them if they do not identify themselves.
There's no response. Should I remove, ma'am?
Yeah, I think so. Or we'll just check with Deepak also. Remove and then...
The person who joined right now, without a name, can you identify yourself, please? Anyone who's joined this meet right now, can you please identify yourself if your name is not mentioned in your ID? No.
जी खराब हो गया आ रहा है कोई बोलेगा तब पता चलेगा
Okay. Okay. 1 minute. I don't think they can see you. Let me just check. Ritin?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Janice says she's there waiting to join.
Yeah, I've accepted her again.
Yes.
She's in the meet.
You've been accepted? Are you in now? Ah, there you are. We see you now, Janice. Yes, Janice, we see you.
Hello, Dr. Janice, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, shall we proceed?
Yes, I can hear you.
Shall we proceed, ma'am?
I can hear you.
Okay. So welcome back, everyone. I hope you've all had a pleasant lunch because we are about to begin the third technical session of day 2 of the conference. This session has distinguished Professor Dr. Janice Joseph as the plenary speaker. Dr. Janice is a distinguished professor for criminology criminal justice, receives significant awards for her work with the United Nations. She has received the award for outstanding service at the Academy of Criminal Justice Sciences. She has made history as the first official UN NGO representation for the organization. She has been serving in this capacity now for more than 10 years. During this tenure, she drafted alternate representative policy and served as an advocate and activist for victims of gender-based violence. She is currently serving as the member of an academic council on the United Nations system. She has drafted the UN standard minimum rules for the treatment for prisoners known as the Nelson Mandela rules. Professor Joseph has served as a member of team of experts in Vienna who drafted the UN resolution on femicide, United Nations General Assembly Resolution 68/191, gender-related killing of women and girls, which was passed in 2013. She has more than 24 publications so far. I take honor in humbly requesting you, ma'am, to give your keynote talk on the topic Techniques of Forensic Interviewing of Child Victims of Sexual Abuse. And I request you, ma'am, to please abide by the timings of the program because we have a very tightly packed schedule for the evening. So we would appreciate it if you would wind up the talk by 30 minutes. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for welcoming me. I want to talk about the techniques of forensic interviewing of child victims of sexual assault. Forensic interview of a child is a sensitive and legal sound method of gathering factual information regarding allegation of sexual abuse or exposure to violence. This interview is conducted by competently trained, neutral professional utilizing research and best practices. Techniques. Children are understandably reluctant to disclose information about abuse. Sexual abuse is very private and embarrassing, as you know. So it's an enormous responsibility in child sexual abuse cases for the interviewer has a great burden of illicit, accurate information and disclosure from the child. In the likelihood that there will be some form of prosecution. Now, in doing forensic interview of child sexual abuse, there are certain things that should be taken into consideration when dealing with a child. The age and development of the child are essential. The age is important to determine the child's memory capacity. The culture is also important, the child's family, socioeconomic status, level of the culture and development, and perception of the experiences. The interview of the time, important that the interview be done as soon initially after disclosure of the news or the witnessing of the violence or the sexual abuse. It must be documented. So electronic recording is very important because that captures the exchange with the child and the interviewer and the exact wording of the questions that are asked. Also, the environment is very important. In all shapes and sizes, for children, they can have childlike furniture when they're being interviewed. They can also have artwork in the surroundings, and they may even have paper. They may give them paper and pencil or pen so that they can do markings during the forensic interview, keep them busy, but at the same time interviewing them. Now, the role of interviewer is also important. The interviewer has to encourage accurate, complete, and candid information from a child. He or she should skillfully and appropriately use questions to support the child's ability and willingness to describe the experiences in his or her own words. So again, they have to be highly trained. The interview tools The goal of forensic interview is to have the child verbally describe his or her experiences. However, they can use toils, aids, or tools, we call them tools, to the experiences, to highlight the experiences. Now, the forensic interview strategies. Prior to the interview, it's important that the interviewer be familiar with the case and conduct research on the case. And this is helpful because the interviewer will get a sense of what what the complaint is about, and it can orient the interviewer to clarify the child's statement once the child is being interviewed. However, this can create a bias in the interviewer. So the interviewer has to be very, very careful when he or she looks at the case. We call blind interviews, just the actual facts of the case, that the interviewer is not swayed to ask leading questions, because leading questions are something that should not be asked at all. So the interviewer has to be very, very careful. Now, techniques. One is open-ended questions. They should actually ask open-ended questions, such as, tell me what happened. Because open-ended questions elicit longer, more detailed, and accurate responses than closed questions. So it's very, very important. However, the age of the child is very important when open-ended questions are asked. Open-ended questions should be asked of older children and adolescents, because younger children would not be able to answer some of these open questions. But wherever as possible, the interviewer should actually have open-ended questions and not closed questions, or leading questions, because that would bias the results of the interview itself. Most interviewers also conduct what they call a light to discussion. That's one of the things, especially of young children. And what they do is they assess the children's understanding of the difference between the truth and a lie, and they should establish that before they start the questioning by having a discussion with the child. Again, it's based on the age of the child and the competence of the child to determine whether or not the child knows the difference between a truth and a lie. And if they know the difference, this would increase the credibility of the interview. And so what they can do, a suggestion is they can give them an exercise by telling them, tell me a lie about the chair, or tell me a truth about the chair that you're sitting in, or the table, or the room, something practical, so that they can interviewer can determine whether or not the child knows the difference between a lie and the truth. And having done that, the interviewer can actually get a verbal agreement with the child that he or she will be telling the truth. So, for example, do you plan to tell the truth throughout this interview? It's important that, especially with younger children, because sometimes they don't know the difference between a truth and a lie, and you want the child to provide accurate information. So it's important that the interviewer determines whether the child is competent to tell the difference, know the difference between the truth and a lie. Another approach is narrative and detail gathering. So the interviewer should ask the child, the victim, to narrate the account of what happened, and listen, and he or she should listen to it carefully in the child's own words. And the interviewer should not interrupt this narrative, but just to listen and hear what the child has to say. So it's very, very important. Another approach is consultation with multidisciplinary team. Traditionally, when these interviews were done, they were done individually. So a police officer interviews the child, a social worker interviews the child, and a psychiatrist interviews the child individually. And of course, what happens is that it creates more trauma for the child by having them being interviewed individually by these professionals. So the more efficient approach is to get a team of what they call a multidisciplinary team, which would be police officers, psychiatrists, social worker, etc. Interview the child once, just once, and get the information rather than individually to actually, because this creates more trauma for the child. And what they found when this approach was used, that the child tends to give various answers to the question, depends on who is being interviewing him or her individually at the time. So they need and we are doing they're doing a lot of that now, where you can get a team of disciplinary professionals to interview the child once. However, one of the problems with this is that we all come from different fields. They come social work, criminal justice, and the approach is somewhat different sometimes, and their interests. And what happens, they all have to basically agree and set guidelines and a template of how they're going to interview the child, who's going to do what, when, and how. And also, they should decide before would they add more questions, what the case specific concerns are, what are possible barriers for the child answering questions, being interviewed by several people that can also intimidate the child. So they have to be able to handle it. So it's a good way to approach the interview by having teams of professionals together. But there are some challenges which have to be faced and worked out prior to the interview. Now, another approach that have been used is what I refer to them as tools or aids. And so they're not only, the idea in most cases is for the child to give verbal responses, but there are some ways in which they can give non-verbal responses and actually provide the same information or as much of the same information as if they would in fact give the verbal responses. So there are different approaches to using what we call aids or tools. So they use these in various ways to improve the accuracy report and help the child communicate with the interviewer. Other times, the tools are used to calm the child down, or I could say aids, and make them feel more comfortable in the interview setting. One of the ones that have been used in the past, and so many of you know it, the atomically correct dolls. They have a long history in child forensic interviews. The dolls allow for non-verbal disclosure through reenactment of the child's experiences. They also can act as icebreakers to begin the conversation of sexuality and to assess the child's terminology and knowledge of these various parts of the body, and ways for the child to demonstrate what happened as opposed to telling what happened. So they use these dolls, and the dolls again were popular in the 80s. At least the United States started using those in 82. They were very useful and popular. That was one of the things that they used. But over the years, they have been very controversial with some professionals, and not all professionals want to use them. They felt that there was some bias in using some of the dolls. And then what was really lacking is some of the dolls were not represent different ethnic and minority groups. So, for example, they would actually use these dolls for Black kids, but then Black kids, they were using white-looking dolls for Black kids, and that created a kind of chaos and confusion for the child, because the child cannot really identify with the dolls. But then they're being questioned about what happened to them, but the doll doesn't look like the child. Over time, that was rectified, but it created still some controversy in the professional world that the dolls were not very, very useful, and they can bias the outcome of the interview. So the dolls are used less and less these days. They're still used by professionals, but with caution. And so the current agreement that the dolls should be introduced in certain circumstances, such as during a rapport to clarify body parts terminology. So, with the kids, and also as a last resort. So they're not as popular as they used to be, but they're still used, but less extensively. The other tool that I use is what I call human fit diagram. And what it is, they would draw figures, and they usually have these drawings prepared for during the interview for the child. The child doesn't do the drawing; it's the professional who does that. And the child is often presented with both genders, regardless of the gender of the perpetrator. And the idea is for the child to identify gender differentiation, because some kids, depends on the age they are, may not be able to identify which gender. Again, sometimes based on their language and the culture, and to establish common language for communicating about body parts. One of the things that this particular approach is that in some cultures, certain language is used to describe certain parts of the body. It depends on the culture of the child. So the interviewer, it's important that the interviewer establish early what the language is to be consistent with how the child is thinking. Again, it's based on how competent and emotional developed, and the age of the child to do this, and what the results would be. And what they'll do then is, once the child can also do gender differentiation, they can actually ask the child to point out where the sexual abuse occurred, the touch a part of the body. But again, these are drawings not by the children, but the professionals, and it's about gender differentiation, and for the child to use this as a tool to identify where they were and how they were sexually assaulted. Toys are very useful for as a tool for sexually abused children. So during a session, when a child is being interviewed, they can give a child a toy to make the child feel comfortable. Again, it all depends on the age of the child. So they can bring doll houses with dolls, if it's a female, of course, and also the age. Or they can have puppets, or they can have clay figures. Depends again on the age of the child. They also can use telephones, and they can allow the child to report difficult and distressing information in an easier way. And they can do it this way, by pretending to talk to the telephone to the interviewer, or by both the interviewer and the child talking to each other through the telephone, or through hands, puppets. They can allow the child to tell them this way what has happened without feeling distressed, and at the same time distancing themselves from the feelings. Again, it depends on the age of the child, and children, especially younger children, like to use a telephone, and they used to like to use puppets. So this might be a way of getting them to open up and speak about how they feel, and to explain exactly what happened to them at a distance, but at the same time communicating to the interviewer what happened to them and what they experienced. Another tool is drawing, and this time these are the drawings of the children. So children may be asked to draw tell what happened to them, and how it occurs through drawings, which of course have to be interpreted. And these professionals have to be trained well enough to interpret them correctly. And this is as an alternative to the dolls or the human figure diagram. So this is an alternative. And the drawings have been used in multiple ways throughout forensic interviews. One way is during the rapport building, when the interviewer is trying to develop a rapport with the child, and it allows, during the phase, they can diminish the child anxiety when they're drawing. It relieves stress. They are able to talk about what's happening because they're drawing, and it gives them that freedom to express themselves. They can also provide interviewer with developmental information about the child. So the drawing can also indicate the level of development of the child. So if the interviewer has to ask other questions, the interviewer know exactly what level, what kind of questions, as I would say, appropriate question based on the child's age. So I recall some years ago I was in Kenya and we visited a hospital, and it was a hospital where children were abused, and they showed some of the drawings of the children, and they said this is one way they were actually trying to get the child to provide information for them. If they didn't want to talk, they would say, draw what and tell us what happened. And then professionals would then interpret those drawings and in a way get the information non-verbally without the child even having to say anything. And then we have therapy animals. This is a new phenomenon. And so what they're doing now, and in the United States, and I think in Australia, I read, but I know for sure in the United States, they are actually using primarily dogs in the court. So when the child goes to court, they would actually get a friendly dog. The dogs are very expensive, so it is used in only a few limited jurisdictions in the United States because it's very, very costly. And the child will be introduced to the dog first, so they get familiar with it. And dogs and children do love animals and pets, and they actually choose specific type of dogs so that the dogs are not would hurt the child. They would not hurt the child, and they would put it under the seat, wherever the child is sitting. It's hidden and it's usually on a leash, and the child would basically pat the dog as he or she speaks and provide the information to the court. So in the United States, as I said before, there are a few states that do that, and it provides comfort. It does provide comfort for the child, and where we have been using it has been very successful. It's just that more jurisdictions find it really difficult to purchase these dogs. In my county, I asked my forensic interviewer once if they have the therapy animals dog. She said no because of the price. It's very, very expensive. And actually, it's treated, in some jurisdictions, it's treated as part of the court personnel. That's how important these dogs are. And it does reduce anxiety, and it really calms the child down. And the child bond very quickly with dogs, especially children. I'm not sure, maybe not a 13 or not a 16 or 17-year-old child, but very, very, very young children are using these dogs. They're using them in court to help the children to open up, and that has been very, very successful. The dog can provide the same support to a child as an adult. And so the dogs are very, very important. And those are the only therapy animals that I'm aware of. I don't know which, other group that they have. I haven't seen any information on any other type of animal, again, because of the fact that this is a new approach to forensic interview for children. So children bond very quickly with the dogs, and the dog, as I said before, the child just then start talking and talking about what he or she experienced, because the calmness is there. The dog does create that kind, and there's that biological factor involved in common in using the dogs as well, but just the psychological factor of having the dogs available to the children. So I'm almost finished now. So, in conclusion, forensic interview is an extremely valuable tool for the investigation of child abuse allegation, and more and more research is being conducted. And I know more and more research are being conducted in the United States. The federal government is providing funds for more research on these kinds of techniques, and scholarship is being the fact scholars who are actually working on conducting research as well in looking at these these approaches to these forensic approaches to child sexual abuse, and so it has evolved. Forensic interview with a child in the cases of child sexual abuse has really evolved over the years, through the years. Again, because of, again, research have really enlightened scholars, professionals as to how to do it, how to may have these effective way of conducting forensic interviewing. And research in the area has provided valuable information regarding effective and appropriate interview techniques. Through more research, though more research is needed to explore these techniques, forensic interviews can benefit considerably from the guidance that research provides. In addition, there's still some deficit on how to deal with how to do interview with certain groups of individuals. Most of these this research and these techniques are done with people who are children who are mainstream. How do you do with a child? How do you do this with a child who is deaf? How do you do this with a child from certain ethnic groups? How do you do this with a child who is physically handicapped? These are some things that have not been explored. So I guess with time and research, one hopes that these techniques would actually apply to other groups that are on the margin or who are not mainstream as we go forward. But as I said before, people who actually do this have to be properly trained, to be highly trained, because if they're not highly trained, they will create a biased result. And the outcome, of course, is that we want the forensic. We want things to, somebody to be prosecuted. And I was make note of course, so in the court, what they do is sometimes if the child doesn't have a dog, what we do in the United States, we actually have a two-way mirror so the child can give the information, but the child is not in the actual court. So that, again, that can release some of the stress that the child would encounter if the child has to face the accuser. However, that can be problematic legally because in our system, the accused have a right to face the accuser. But in our system, we still have the leeway of protecting children. And we have to balance the accused rights versus the right and the protection of children. So that's something we haven't really worked out because there can be challenges in those cases where the offender doesn't see the child, and we have a Sixth Amendment right under our Constitution. So those are some of the challenges, and that's my presentation. I hope I made the 30 minutes. Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was very insightful, and this topic being a very sensitive topic and an issue that we've been trying to deal with for a very long period of time, and the fact that even India has come up with different laws, particularly focused on protecting children, like POXO. We have this act, this POXO Act. I think, and the fact that most of these cases that are reported, a lot of them are, most of the culprits are people from the family or the close relations itself. It's very saddening. And thank you for sharing those the different methods that you mentioned for countering these issues. This is very enlightening, man. Thank you so much for this. Now with this, we're going to proceed to the paper presentations. But before that, we'll have the question and answer session. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to put it up in the chat box, or you can unmute your mics, or you can put up in the chat box and we'll read it to ma'am. So anyone has any questions, please come forward right now. Ma'am, Beulah ma'am, you're on mute, ma'am. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Okay. While we're waiting for the questions, if you let me, I'd just like to say a few words about Janice as well. And we will be having her here at NFSU because she is the president of World Society of Victimology, the first president, a female president, and we're all really excited about it. And we will be working with her closely. She will be visiting our campus in 2023 for a site visit with the team of executive office bearers of the WSV. So we are looking forward to it, and we are planning a intensive coaching during that when all the WSV members are here. So you can look forward to that as well. So thank you very much, Janice, and we'll just put some questions if there are.
Any questions from the audience? Anyone? Please put it up in the chat box so you can switch on your mics. And Beulah ma'am, you're on mute again.
Our Supreme Court has recently mandated that all the cities have a vulnerable victim deposition center. So exactly on the line of what you are saying, we need a center which is child friendly and with that kind of an ambience. So the Supreme Court has mandated that, especially for all the vulnerable victims, including children, physically challenged. And in India, because we have so many languages, when the children can't speak the local language, they need translators. So we are at it. I think Gujarat is the only state that has set up this center as per the judgment. The other states are still working on it. So that's another update with regards to what you were saying. Any questions?
Yes, United States. Yes, some of those centers. There are some of those centers in the United States as well. But again, as I stated, they're mainly for individuals who are in the mainstream, and then we have all those who are sexually abused, who are just on the outside, who are different, who are physically handicapped, and it's really difficult. We haven't come up with the proper techniques of how to interview them. People who are challenged in other ways. And so there's a lot to be done. Yes, they do have those centers all across the United States where children would go to be interviewed and they actually go to an atmosphere that is child friendly. The centers are child friendly. So they feel at home, and that homeliness allow them to feel, to answer questions when appropriate.
Professor Dr. Janice, if you were to address, if you were to give one root solution to the to this ever rising cases of child abuse, and to tackle it, what would it be? Like the most the root solution to this problem? What would it be? Would it be approaching parents and spreading awareness to someone who's above 18, or would it be to approach the students or children under the age of 18, or anyone who we categorize as a child? And is it to spread awareness to them about what what good is and what bad is, or what good touch or bad touch is? How would we approach it? What would be a better solution?
I'm not quite understanding your question. Which solution? What is the question? Particularly to the solution, I can answer the question.
As in, because of this ever rising increase in child sexual abuse, what would be the best root solution to this? Would it be to directly intervene in such a way that we talk to the children and try to give them awareness of what a good touch or bad touch or things like that is, or should we approach something in the parental level? Which is a better approach to curb this?
You have to do both. I mean, children have to be aware what abuse is, especially sexual abuse. Some children don't know that they're sexually abused because they don't have the verbal skills to understand it cognitively. They may not be able to understand that they're being sexually abused if they're very young. So they should have the knowledge that look, there are different ways children are taught based on their age about good touch and bad touch, depends on their age. However, one also has to look at why they are abused. So you have to do it on both ends, which is what are the causes of child sexual abuse? Mental illness, economic status. I mean, so you have to tackle it on both ends. One of the things that happens most of the times, we look at it or we try to address it on one end and not both sides. You have to do it at both ends in order to have any true reduction of the behavior. Because if we tell children, they must be aware, they must report it, but then we don't look at the source or the sources of the abuse, it will continue. So you have to do it at both ends, the front and the back end, in order to address a serious problem like that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Professor Janice, I have one question for you. Like, how do we adopt such kind of forensic interviewing methods for our culture, like the Indian culture? Because there will be cultural differences, like, so there are so many families here, like they are not warmed up to the habit of growing a dog or owning particular kind of toys or anything like that. So when we try to introduce such kind of techniques in the Indian context, how do we make such kind of changes in the absence of enough research in India?
Are you talking about a different culture?
Yes,
who are different. Well, one of the things that you try to do is you use, and let me think about the United States, we have so many different cultures. You have to use people who are familiar with that culture to understand, because one of the things you don't want to do when an interviewer is to provide misunderstanding when you're actually doing the interview. So first of all, you have to do your homework as a if you're not from that particular ethnic, racial, religious group or whatever it is. It's difficult. People don't open up to you. So that's the first thing. If you're a member of that helps a lot. But if you're not, it's important that you know what this group is about. Because one of the things is culture is such a powerful thing that there can be lots of misunderstanding because of that. So for example, in Native culture, in the United States, for example, not necessarily sex abuse, or Asian culture, or in my culture, you don't look people in the eye, because especially if they're older than you, it's a sign of disrespect. And then that culture, the main culture, interpret it, you're not listening, or you're not hearing to them. So you have to understand. That's why I said they have to actually look at the culture and the linguistic language that they use in those cultures is very, very important. So if you want to reach those cultures, first of all, you have to be sensitive to their cultural traits and behaviors and learn about it and and as I said, if it's someone who is from that group, it helps a lot. But if not, you have to. It's really, really tough. Not only with child abuse, but just with therapy or counseling when it comes to ethnic groups or groups within another culture. They're reluctant. They see themselves as outsiders, and they don't want anyone in. So it's always tough. And again, you have to tailor your techniques to that group. One of the things that we find in the United States, especially also with child abuse, with some groups, even with African Americans, they don't think that the approach that the mainstream has is significant to them, because it's not an approach that takes into consideration their culture. It's Eurocentric. And so there's that reluctance. You have to incorporate their culture into whatever approach. And that's how you can get an inroad into those groups to do counseling or forensic interviews with children.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for the answer.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I think now we'll proceed with the third session of our paper presentation, or else we'll run very late. So the session will be chaired by Dr. Kanika Sharma, Assistant Professor of Criminology, NFSU Gandhinagar campus, and co-chaired by Dr. Deepak S.A., Assistant Professor of Criminology, School of Forensic Psychology, NFSU Gandhinagar campus, Gujarat. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ritin. Warm afternoon to all of you. The address by Dr. Joseph has been so much enriching as she decided and she shared her knowledge with us regarding the techniques of forensic interview, because that's what we are doing here in NFSU in our Center of Excellence as well. So this was a great topic that has been shared by ma'am, and I request all the students to put up your questions in the chat box so that it can be taken later on by my colleague Dr. Deepak for Dr. Joseph also. In addition to that, ma'am had participated in a working group of Nelson Mandela rules also, that we take some kind of examples in the class for that. So ma'am has a variety of experience, so that for that is very much necessary for us as criminologists as well as the forensic psychologist. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your views on forensic interviewing for the child sexual abuse cases, because that is very sensitive, and we are yet to learn a lot of things from your presentation. As you have mentioned also about how we need to tailor our needs according to the culture as well as the special needs of the child, right? For the deaf and the dumb children, sexually abused children. So the papers which have been, now moving on to our last technical session of the 2-day conference on forensic victimology. The papers which are being presented in this third technical session belong to a wide spectrum of application by the lens of forensic victimology. So the rules basically are: the time limit would be 10 minutes for all the presenters, each presenter. Please keep in mind this time limit. And the questions will be put up in the chat box as we have been following that. And it will be taken at the end of the presentations. Name of the presenters are Miss Mehak Soni. She belongs to the student category. Miss Akshara Gupta, again student. Miss Shivangi Banerjee, student from National Forensic Science University, Delhi campus. Then we have another student, Miss Muskan from National Forensic Science University, Delhi campus. All these 4 presenters belong to the student category for the award. Then we have Miss Kritika Deora, research assistant from NFSU Delhi campus, and Miss Medona Matthew and Jasil Abdul Kader, assistant professor from Department of Forensic Science, Srinivasan College of Arts and Science. Both of these papers will be presented in professional category. Then we have Ms. Himani Sharma, Rishabh Bhan Singh, and Dr. Tarun Kumar Sharma, who are jointly presenting a paper. They belong to Department of Psychology and Law, MLSU Udaipur. This will be taken into consideration for scholar category. So on special request from one of the masters of the ceremony, as she is will be busy with some other work after this presentation. So on that consideration, we request Kritika to start with her presentation. And after that, the remaining presenters will be following the same line now. Thank you. Ms. Kritika, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So I'll begin with my presentation. I'll just share the PPT. Ma'am, is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kritika Deora, a research associate at NFSU Delhi campus. The topic of my presentation is scientific assessment of victimization and abuse in intimate partner relationships using neurosignature system. To begin with, my paper majorly revolves around intimate partner violence and scientific assessment and identification of abuse and victimization among such relationship using a scientific instrument, BIOS, brain electrical. So let me first quickly define what intimate partner violence is. It is a violence which takes place in an intimate relationship between individuals and is highly prevalent form of violence, mainly against women. In fact, according to WHO, World Health Organization, it can be considered the most widespread form of violence against women. And in such cases, violent attackers are mostly the partner or the ex-partners within an intimate relationship, and which makes it more difficult to recognize such a crime and such a victimization because of the cohesiveness of the relationship that is there. And that is the biggest challenge which is there in front of the law enforcement agency when it comes to deal with such cases, because there is no scientific assessment of victimization. And moreover, because the victimization is on psychological and behavioral level, so it's difficult to prove such a thing. And intimate partner violence has different forms within its ambit, and it can vary from physical, sexual, psychological, and emotional. And these forms have various consequences, which can be psychological and behavioral in nature, and such as depression, panic attacks, inability to cope up, and PTSD, drug and alcohol abuse. So hence, to identify and measure such a victimization and abuse, we need a psychological instrument or a behavioral instrument. And the current literature which is available is very limited with context in context to this topic. It's very minimal. Till date, there is too little attention has been given to the construction of a sound instrument to detect a post-traumatic affectivity of intimate partner violence or domestic violence. And there are just few psychological tests which we have, but there is no scientific instrument which is used in the victim domain. The recent time we had COVID, and there was a spike in the cases of intimate partner violence and domestic violence. And hence the study, there was a need felt that we need a scientific instrument to measure victimization and abuse, and also to encounter the fake cases of intimate partner violence and domestic violence. There were a lot of fake cases which is being registered. In fact, one of the section of IPC, which is 498A, which is cruelty against husband by relatives and husband against the women, that is something which has been misused and has been under a discussion of debate. Victimization more scientifically, that is why we need this kind of an instrument, so that we can assess the victimization and abuse, and per se we can come up with better justice to the victims, and also to test the credibility of victims was in this case was to assess the allegation and victimization. More victimization
Ritika, we cannot hear you.
Of presence of remembrance which takes place in the brain, and the study is empirical study. So BIOS is an Indian patented psychological instrument. It was developed by Dr. C.R. Mukundan to measure the presence of remembrance. Now, how does it work? So BIOS basically works, so there's a stimulus which is in the form of probe is presented to generate a response. Now that just response is in form of a memory or or a remembrance which is there in the episodic memory of a person's brain, and from that experiential knowledge in form of a brain wave is generated, and through that the system elicit experiential knowledge, and we're able to know whether the person has a remembrance of a particular event, whether the person was has memory related to a particular event. So this was how the mechanism of the BIOS works. Now the methodology used for the study was that the objective of the study was to measure and assess the emotional experience of subjects who were of who were victims of intimate partner violence or who have been victims of intimate partner violence, and the total number of subjects were 30. And before the study, there was an scoring. They were selected to proceed further for the study. The instrument used was BIOS, brain electrical oscillation signature profiling. Now, for the study, there was one script which was prepared, which had different scenarios, anxiety and betrayal. So, on the basis of these broad scenarios, there was a script which was and on the basis of that, the results of the study was that there was an experiential knowledge elicited on the scenarios, the following scenarios which I just mentioned, and there was a remembrance of victimization and abuse in different scenarios observed among the subjects. The results of the study are this. This is a report that was generated by the system. So it says that I was unhappy in my relationship. It says experiential knowledge that the person has felt that the person wasn't happy in the relationship, and they used to fight a lot. So on that also there's an experiential knowledge. That means that there was the episodes of fighting which were involved, which had virtual and action recall memory involved. And then it says in the end that I am at peace now. So now the person feels that. After the resolution to the problem that they had, and the person is not more no more living with the offender, they felt that they are better now. So for that also, the current state, it has shown experiential knowledge. So this is an instrument which can measure the scientific assessment of victimization and abuse, which was also the hypothesis, and this was something which was assessed through the system, and the results were that the system could assess the victimization and abuse among the subjects of intimate partner violence. And for this study, so BIOS basically has certain processing systems. For example, if experiential knowledge is the last stage wherein the system tells that the person has experienced a certain kind of victimization or not, but prior to that they have primary processing, which is activity which is related to registration of a probe detector. That means that the person is trying to register, okay, this has happened to that person. Then there is inattention, that the person is not trying to pay attention. So if the person is trying to think of something else or is not trying to concentrate on the probe, then the system tells that the person is inattentive. So further proceeding can be done if the results are inattentive. And encoding is something which is related to semantic processing of the memory of that particular event. Then we have emotional response, which is the overwhelming blanking of semantic processing. And then there is activation suppression, which means that the person is deliberately trying to suppress a particular memory. So if a person is trying to do that, then also this can be identified through this system. And The last is experiential knowledge, which means that activity related to remembrance of the experience triggered by the probe. So that means that the probe, which is in stimulus, which is generating a response in the form of remembrance, which can be victimization when through going through an abuse, or which can be sexual, physical, emotional, and psychological in nature. So on that, if an experiential knowledge is being elicited, that means that the person has experienced such kind of an event. These were the findings of the study, and hence the findings of the study is that BIOS can be used as an instrument which can be used in the domain of testing the testimony of the victim and also of the abuser, and to assess the identification and to assess and identify the emotion turmoil that a person goes through or a victim goes through in an intimate partner violence relationship. And it can also be used to, as pointed out in the earlier, that the need of the study was to also to encounter the fake cases, so that can be assessed through this. If there is a victimization which is being shown in form of experiential knowledge, and if it is not being shown, then victim testimony, if that's a fake victim testimony. Other than that, so I'll just conclude quickly. So BIOS is an instrument which should be used in the domain of victimization, to assess victimization and abuse, with regard to intimate partner violence and domestic violence. And this is an instrument which can result in better and speedy trial of cases, and also a given aid to law enforcement agencies. And more such instruments should be, which are forensic psychological instrument in nature, which can be used from the victim perspective. I think that would be an advanced victimology. So that was.
Thank you, Kritika. Thank you for the interesting presentation on BIOS and victim. Now I would like to invite Ms. Mehak Soni to start with her presentation.
Ma'am, is my screen available?
No, we are not able to see your shared screen.
Um, Ma'am, is it available?
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone present here. My name is Mehak Soni, and I'm going to present my research on attitude among young adults towards marital rape. So, marital rape, the term marital rape is still unknown to the most of the people. They are not aware about what marital rape means. It is the act of statutory rape with one's partner without the spouse's approval. It is a form of domestic violence and sexual abuse. There is a thinking that a husband can never rape his wife. But what about safety at home? How can we save women from getting raped by their own husbands? How can we change the mentality of people that it is not an intense love making, but it is the sexual abuse? The term marital rape does exist. It is not a concocted view of a feminism, or it is not something that the victim would use to gain the attention from family. There are also cases where men are the victims of the marital rape, but the percentage of men is less than the percentage of women. There is no law that is against marital rape. According to Indian Penal Code, Section 375, the offender will be punished only if the victim is under 15 years. But if she is above 15 years, then there is no law that can give her the justice. In India, the marital rape is still not criminalized. Our lawmakers should understand that marriage does not give the license to a man to rape his wife. In this study, I have used a thematic content analysis. the study investigated the attitude of people towards marital rape in two different countries, that is India and USA. A sample of 20 people was collected through a semi-structured interview in both the countries telephonically. The objective was to explore the attitude among young adults towards marital rape and should marital rape be criminalized. Marital rape is the gravest form of domestic violence, and now we will talk about IPC Section 375. Section 375 of the Indian Penal Code defines marital rape as sexual intercourse with a woman against her will, without her consent, by coercion or misrepresentation or fraud, at a time when she has been intoxicated or is of unsound mental health, and in any case if she is under 15 years of age. But I would like to ask that isn't it contradictory that marriage below 21 years is illegal in India, yet the law is for the victims that are below 15 years? Recently, there was a criminalization of marital rape. Supreme Court seeks center's response. The appeals follow a split decision from the Delhi High Court on whether or not to prosecute husbands for non-consensual sex with their wives. The Supreme Court on Friday, September 16, 2022, sought a response from the government on appeals to criminalize marital rape. A bench led by Justice Ajay Rastogi indicated that several similar petitions were also pending in the Apex Court, and they would be listed together for hearing in February next year. The appeals follow a split decision from Delhi High Court on whether or not to prosecute husbands for non-consensual sex with their wives. During the brief hearing, All India Democratic Women's Association, represented by Advocate Karuna Nande, said both judges in the bench in the Delhi High Court had agreed that the case raised a substantial question of law which required an authoritative ruling from the Supreme Court. The issue focuses on the exception in rape law in Indian Penal Code, which dismisses the idea of rape within the marriage. The question raised include whether or not a married woman has bodily autonomy. In short, whether a husband should accept that his wife no means no, and any transgression would amount to rape. Why marital rape is serious. Spousal rape may bring many physical and emotional consequences, such as physical effects, that is, injuries to vaginal and anal areas, soreness, and bruising. The frequently assaulted and raped women suffer from broken bones, black eyes, bloody noses, and knife wounds. There are also psychological effects. Short-term effects would include anxiety, shock, intense fear, depression, and suicidal idealization, whereas long-term psychological effects include disordered sleep, depression, intimacy problems, and sexual dysfunction. Now, when I conducted the research, following to the questions which I asked in the interview, general questions were the gender of the person, age, employment status, relationship status. Then the questions were asked whether the interviewee was aware about the marital rape, and do they believe that the women's accusation as a victim of marital rape in a courtroom is put into question on creditability more times. Then what do they think is the root cause of marital rape, and what were the possible solutions for the marital rape? So the results were that it was shown that 77.8% of adults believe that a woman can be raped by her husband, whereas 22.2% didn't. 70.4% believes that women are still seen as the inferior race in the society. 81.5% believe that women's accusations as a victim of marital rape in a courtroom is put into question on creditability more times. When asked that if they would report marital rape, if they happen to be a victim, then 7.4% of adults' response was in negative, whereas 92.6% were positive that they would report it. On being asked the reasons behind not reporting marital rape, then various reasons came forward. These were fear of bringing shame to the family and no action will be taken as it is still not criminalized, that they do not consider marital rape to be a crime, feeling obliged to be faithful to a husband and submit to his sexual needs, fear that such violence might be considered to be victims or survivors' fault, fear that her family will not support and losing relationships, or she is financially dependent on her husband. And the results showed that the sexual dissonance between the couple, showing dominance over spouse, upbringing of offender, alcohol and drug dependency, stress and disturbed emotions can be the causes of marital rape. 55.6% believe that a husband can divorce his wife for not sleeping with him, whereas 44% doesn't agree with the same. On being asked that does marriage bestow one spouse a license to sexually assault the other, then 22.2% agreed with it, whereas 77.8% were against it. There were 85.2% who disagreed with the fact that if she is a separated wife, then charges can be framed, but if it is her husband, then he can't be framed because it is not an offense. According to the participants, abusers should be given punishments like life imprisonment, death penalty, etc. And the possible solutions given by them were amendments in law, educating people, spreading awareness, telling the importance of consent, etc. And on being asked if they think that should marital rape be criminalized, then there was 100% positive response. These are my references. And rape is a rape. It is not a McDonald's burger which can be customized as per customers want. Thank you.
Very nicely presented, Mehak, as this is a very burning topic right now.
Yes.
So food for thought. Can we use forensic psychological tools, what Kritika presented as BIOS, for considering or differentiate between the fake rape marital cases? Yeah, they can utilize that because half of the fear is because of this only.
Yes,
This is not being criminalized.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mehak.
Thank you.
I would like to remind the audience that you can put your questions in the chat box, for our presenters. Our next presenter is Ms. Akshara Gupta. Ms. Akshara? Since I cannot see her here, we will move on to the next presenter, Ms. Shivangi Banerjee.
Yes, ma'am.
Kindly start with the presentation.
Yeah. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so good afternoon all. I'll be presenting on victims of wrongful convictions, a study on the failures of criminal justice system. So as we know, criminal justice is the term used to describe the process by which those who have committed crimes are served justice. And the fact that this is one of the system's two sides, however, makes this paper a way to discover more about the people who are victimized by this system itself. So a person may be considered a victim regardless of whether the perpetrator is identified, apprehended, prosecuted, or convicted, and regardless of the familial relationship between the perpetrator and the victim. The term victim also includes, where appropriate, the immediate family or dependents of the direct victim and people who have suffered. Yes, ma'am?
Sorry to interrupt you in between. Your slides are not moving. Are you moving your slides right now?
Yes, I'm in the introduction slide. Is it visible?
No, it is not. Your title slide is visible.
Okay.
Now
what
it is.
Now? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the term victim also includes, where appropriate, the immediate family or dependents of the direct victim and people who have suffered harm in intervening to assist victims in distress or to prevent victimization. So the term wrongful conviction refers to the conviction of innocent people due to the miscarriage of justice, and they are anomalies to an otherwise efficient criminal justice mechanism where an innocent gets punished for an offense which he or she did not commit and the real perpetrator roams scot-free. So this leads to the decline of public confidence in the criminal justice system. There are various factors which are identified by exonerations that lead to wrongful convictions, such as the eyewitness testimonies, which are considered under Section 3(1) of the Indian Evidence Act. Even though it plays a vital role in the justice delivery system, there are several factors which can affect the observation of an eyewitness, and this leads to unreliability upon the witnesses. Then many forensic methods are used with little or no scientific reviews, which can also lead to wrong judgments. And in many cases, innocent defendants make untrue statements victims deliver outright confessions or plead guilty. Now, regardless of the age, capacity, or state of the confessor, at some point during the interrogation process, they decide that confessing will be more beneficial to them than continuing to maintain their innocence. And in some cases, government officials take steps to ensure that a defendant is convicted despite weak evidence or even clear proof of innocence. The failure of overworked lawyers to investigate, call witness, or prepare for trial has led to the conviction of innocent people as well. And the bar graph here shows the contributing causes of wrongful convictions, the percentage. And with respect to the issue of miscarriage of justice under consideration here, the period of incarceration of the under trials also needs to be taken into consideration. So the complete percentage breakup of period of detention of the under trials is shown in the pie chart data taken from NCRB's report 277. Now, such a large number of under trials year after year and their long detention periods show that under trials spend a substantial period of time awaiting trials or judicial determination of their case. This delay and waiting becomes a graver miscarriage of justice when the person is wrongfully accused and incarcerated pending trials or proceedings, which he should not have been subjected to in the first place. Now, while the data does not specifically highlight the number of under trials wrongfully incarcerated, these numbers nonetheless press upon the importance of the issue and the urgency for a statutory remedial framework to provide relief to these victims of the system. I've mentioned a few cases in the Indian context to throw some light, and which would be the Akshardham case in the Akshardham terror attack in Gujarat in 2002, or the Hyderabad case where the court emphasized that the police arrested the suspects without any concrete evidence. Now, these cases, neither was any compensation granted to the victims, nor was any coercive action taken against the investigators. For the methodology, this is a literature review and is based on pre-existing work to meet the objective of how false convictions violate fundamental human rights and the causes and repercussions of such convictions, the difficulties experienced by inmates awaiting trial, and what a state may do to repair the damage caused by mistaken convictions. Now, there are a multitude of mental health consequences that can arise as a result of wrongful convictions. Some of these are personality changes, post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and relationship impairments. And it was also found that many exonerees also suffered from substance abuse or dependence. When exonerees were released from incarceration, another psychological consequence they were faced with is learning how to reintegrate into society. So exonerees oftentimes become withdrawn to disclose the details of their experiences, leading them to feel isolated and struggle with identifying their emotions. And families of the wrongfully convicted suffer from victimization and ostracization, and studies found that many families develop similar psychological conditions in response to the trauma of their loved one's wrongful incarceration. So there is no particular or proper law given under any act in India for the matter related to wrongful convictions, but there are many case comments, judgments, and law commission reports which talk about this. But despite that, also there is a lack of compensatory schemes and legal mechanisms. In respect of miscarriage of justice, there are some remedies available under existing law which are court-based, such as the public remedy, criminal law remedy, or private law remedy. Some measures that can be taken to prevent these wrongful convictions are creating checklists for investigations, checklists that cover the kinds of things that needs to be investigated before the case goes forward. For example, checking out an alibi, work alibi before moving the case forward, or performing DNA tests early in the case to weed out innocent suspects if costs allow. Placing a prosecutor at a police department to help evaluate the evidence as it comes in, because the prosecutor will be more qualified to recognize exculpatory or faulty evidence that could prevent conviction. Having prosecutors establish open file discoveries where the defense has open access to the evidence files and the opportunity to spot exculpatory or faulty evidence that could declare a suspect's innocence. Showing the court some strong evidence to support someone being in a lineup and in a jeopardy of being misidentified. And establishing a post-error review of the case with the intention being not to blame, but to find out what happened and to prevent from happening again. In conclusion, I would say that the worst possible form of injustice is putting an innocent individual behind bars, and India is not unbeknownst to this situation. So I believe that it is our duty as scholars and students of criminology or forensic science, and the duty of the state to protect the rights of the people and caution us to the urgency of the need for judicial reforms and to safeguard the integrity of our judicial system. The references were drawn from the following sources, and this marks the end of my presentation. I'm Shivangi Banerjee, postgraduate student of criminology in Forensic Sciences University, Delhi campus. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivangi. Very nicely presented on the wrongful this convictions, along with this movie named Rocketry has been there, right? On Nambi Narayanan, as well as with this incoming of this act, Criminal Identification Act. So, what do you think the relation between that is? Think about it. We will take it up at the end of the presentation. Thank you for that. Now, I would request Ms. Medona Matthew and Jasil Abdul Qadir, Assistant Professor from Department of Forensic Science, Srinivasan College of Arts and Science, to present their paper. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Now it is.
Yeah, thank you. So, a very warm good afternoon, one and all. So, I am Ms. Madonna Matthew. I am working as an assistant professor in the Department of Forensic Science, Srinivasan College of Arts and Science, Perambalur, Tamil Nadu. So, the topic I'll be presenting today is an empirical study of victims of intimate partner violence in the district of Perambalur, Tamil Nadu. The introduction: domestic abuse has always been a pervasive issue in India, and domestic violence still remains one common issue. Intimate partner violence, which describes physical or sexual assault or both of a spouse or sexual intimate, has become a common issue these days. And why we have chosen Perambalur district is that in last 1 year, almost 5,000 plus cases of domestic violence was reported from Tamil Nadu district, in which Perambalur district had a quite a good number of the cases reported. So, in conflicted relationships are most violent than calm ones, particularly those involving finances, jealousy, and violations of female gender roles. Now, in the society, what's happening is educationally and economically, as well as socially empowered women are the most protected. So, Perambalur is a very rural area. So, our concern is that what about the non-privileged ones? So, intimate partner violence is one of the most common forms of violence against women, and it includes physical, sexual, and emotional abuse and controlling behaviors by an intimate partner. IPV occurs in all settings and among all socio-economic, religious, and cultural groups. By contrast, men are far more likely to experience violent acts by strangers. Then violence against women constitutes a violation of the rights and fundamental freedom of women. Then the scenario prevails across all countries, cultures, religions, and sectors of the society. The significance of our study is, although all these women are highly educated, but then they are submissive, they are still in a fear of raising their voice against their intimate partner, and the extent to which IPV is prevailing. And we just wanted to find out what kind of abuse is happening more. Is it a emotional abuse or physical assault, anything? Then interventions possible in preventing violence and support the victims. This data will be an aid to women's studies along with other specializations like victimology, psychology, gender studies, etc. The information is applicable in finding the relation between violence, gender, and age. These days, these can be highly important for the women activists, law enforcement agencies as well. The aim of the study is to observe baseline information of IPV among married females in Perambalur district, Tamil Nadu. Our main objectives were to analyze the significant difference in dimensions of domestic violence in relation to the age groups, then years since married, and the education qualification of the partner as well. The sampling, the methodology is the present study investigates the incidence of IPV among married women in the Perambalur district of Tamil Nadu using purposive sampling method 100 married women aged between 25 to 55 were chosen for the study. The consent form was obtained before getting a response from each participant. Then, following the review of National Family Health Survey 3 questionnaire and the Indian SAFE questionnaire, along with some questions were added by our own. So, it's kind of a self-made questionnaire was designed and administered. The collected data was organized, tabulated and edited using Microsoft Excel, and the data was performed, data analysis was done using IBM SPSS version 28 and Jamovi software. These are the frequencies of the data we collected: the age group, years since married, educational qualification of the participant, and the educational qualification of the partner as well. A total sample size remains 100. So we have tests for the normality, like how is our sample size normally distributed, and we have found that it's not normally distributed. We have used the Shapirovics test here. And if we also check the reliability of our self-made questionnaire, which had a question count of 20, and we found that the questionnaire we prepared was reliable enough because we got a cross-match alpha value of 0.94, which is about than 0.7. Then the third table shows that the Kruskal-Wallis test to find out the significant difference in dimensions of domestic violence and the age group of the participants. So we have chosen 3 age groups: 25 to 35, 36 to 45, and 46 to 55, where we have found that if you're checking out the domestic violence variable, the mean rank of the age group between 36 to 45 is the highest. Then physical violence is also in the age group of 36 to 45. Whereas controlling behavior is seen in the age group between 25 to 35. As we when we are discussing, they were like it's seen in the starting of their married life. The insulting behavior was mostly seen in, again, 36 to 45 age group. Neglecting behavior here was again seen in 36 to 45. Then economic restriction was also seen in 36 to 45 age group. As per this data, the most vulnerable group remains 36 to 45. Even though we have differences, we have a high mean rank value, but then this data, there's no statistical significance in this. So we conclude that as per Kruskal-Wallis test, there is no significant difference in the dimensions of domestic value in according to age group of the participants. So it's said that in almost all the age group, it can happen. So next is the Kruskal-Wallis test, which shows a significant difference in dimensions of domestic violence and the years since marriage. So we have taken 4 categories, where 1 year below 5 years, then 6 to 10 years, 11 to 15 years, and above 15 years, where domestic violence was seen mostly in the above 16 years category. Physical violence was seen in the above in the 11 to 15 years category. Controlling behavior was seen in below 5 years of category, and insulting behavior was seen mostly in 11 to 15 years. Neglecting behavior was seen mostly in above 16 years, because there's something called learned helplessness. So even though after years of marriage, there's the women tend to learn this helplessness, to be helpless. Then they kind of, to save the relationship or to continue with the married life, they kind of take everything that's happening. Then economic restriction is mostly seen above 16 years. In this also, there is no there are only minor differences in the mean rank, but then we conclude that there is no significant difference in the dimensions of domestic violence in relation to the years since marriage. Then the last table is Kruskal-Wallis shows a significant difference in dimensions of domestic violence and the educational qualification of the partner, where the domestic, in all these data, it's most evident that almost most of the people who were giving this, who were giving the violence belonged to a not so qualified category, which is SSLC and PU. Domestic violence, you can see that the mean rank of SSLC is the highest. Physical violence, you can see that the mean rank of the PU is highest. Controlling behavior, you can see that the mean value of again PU plus 2 is highest. Insulting behavior, you can see that the mean rank of SSLC is the highest. In neglecting behavior, again SSLC. Then economic restriction, again you can see that PU and plus 2 is highest. But then here also we can say that somehow education, the less qualified people are more into it, but then statistically it's also not, there is no significant difference in this as well. So our major findings are, using the Shaprovic test, it was determined that the data were not normally distributed. According to the Kruskal-Wallis H test, there is no significant difference between domestic violence dimensions and age groups of married women, nor between domestic violence dimensions and years since married. Consequences of intimate partner violence. IPV affects women's physical and mental health through the direct pathways. A history of experiencing violence is therefore a risk factor, as it can prevent to a lot of health conditions and diseases. Current research suggests that the influence of abuse can persist long after even the violence has stopped. Even the violence can give injury and possibly far more common ailments that are often not identifiable at this point. In later in the future, they can get serious as well. Conclusion: a need for comprehensive and long-term collaboration between governments and civil society at all levels of ecological framework should be taken. Then media, organized media and advocacy campaigns to raise awareness about existing laws, so that every woman, even they are not educated and all, they'll get all the ideas about the civil rights related to divorce, property, child support and custody. Then there is growing evidence that programs are helping out everybody, including home visits and education can reduce or prevent child abuse, maltreatment as well. Strengthening and expanding laws defining rape and sexual assault within marriages to be done. So these are the references. So as the final conclusion of my study remains that no factor is as such affecting the domestic violence, and abuser can always stay an abuser. No factor such as years since married or the educational qualification is affecting. So these are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Madonna, because this is a very sensitive topic, IPV, and getting the data would have been very difficult. But I would like to just focus on this dimension of domestic violence when we are talking about domestic violence, or IPV rather than domestic violence, because it is a very smaller term rather than IPV. IPV actually entails a lot of parameters. So this question should be taken at the end, but I'm just asking right now, so answer it at the end. What about the parameters? Because although you have talked about physical violence, right? Then you talked about the controlling, and then you talked about the insulting behaviors, right? The parameters that you have said are not actually correlating with what the dimensions of domestic violence are. There may be some justification, so please think about it and we will take it after the presentations. Thank you. So next is Ms. Muskan, who will be presenting under the student category. Ms. Muskan? Wonderful. Okay, let's start with your presentation.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Muskan, and I'm going to present on social anxiety among victims of theft. So I'm going to talk about qualitative research that I conducted using a survey. So social anxiety can be defined as the feeling of nervousness in particular social situations. It's a fear that does not go away and affects the everyday activities, self-confidence, relationships, and work or school life. Someone with social anxiety feels overly worried before, during, and after the particular social circumstances. Theft. Theft literally means taking away someone's property without their consent. The victims of theft may express increased heartbeat, sweating, trembling or shaking, alert behavior, or intense fear whenever they are in the similar social environment where the theft was committed against them, or may avoid any such situations completely.
So some of the main symptoms of social anxiety include physical symptoms such as trembling voice, trembling or shaking, dry mouth, sweating, behavioral symptoms such as avoid eye contact with the strangers, habitual avoidance, fear-based decision making, cognitive symptoms such as self-conscious thoughts, fear, low self-esteem, negative thoughts about self, and etc. So the main aim of the research was to understand the impact of theft on its victims in terms of social anxiety by understanding their personal experiences. The hypothesis of the research was that victims of theft experience social anxiety in similar social situations afterwards. So, need for the research. Social anxiety is one of the most common effects of theft on its victim. And due to the increasing population of immigrants and decreasing employment rates, the problem of theft in the National Capital Territory of India is a never-ending story. So, as per Crime in India Report 2021 published by NCRB, India recorded approximate 5,86,649 cases of theft, out of which only 1,98,133 cases were stated in Delhi only. And if we talk about Delhi, so Delhi totally reported 3,06,389 cases, out of which 1,98,133 cases were of theft only. So research objectives: to comprehend how a petty offense like theft can disrupt an individual's routine behavior in terms of his or her adjustment in various social settings, and to understand the first-hand experience of victims of theft and interpret their feelings and emotions. So I basically conducted a qualitative research using a deductive approach to explore the impact of social anxiety on victims of theft. The method of data collection was an online survey with 10 closed-ended questions. The sampling method was purposive sampling. Inclusion criteria included victims of theft between the age of 18 years to 25 years. The sample size was 35, and the sample universe was Delhi NCT, India. So the discussion. The research observed that the 83% of the victims of theft experienced nervousness, while 66% did not experience embarrassment. And only 51% experienced the fear of expression, and 49% experienced or tried to avoid such situations completely. 86% of the people did not indulge in substance abuse, while only 14% did indulge in the substance abuse. 46% of the people experienced sweating. 51% of the people experienced sense of time passing. And 83% of the people experienced alert behavior. 77% of the people experienced increased heartbeat, and 77% of the people also experienced the sense of fear while being in a similar social setting where the theft was committed against them. So, as a result, 56% of the people experienced the feelings of social anxiety after in a similar social setting in which the theft was committed, which is more than 50%. So, to conclude that the 50% of the people, more than 50% of the people experience social anxiety when being in any similar social setting afterwards. Some of the limitations of this research was the sample size was small, and only the victims of theft were personal experience of victims of theft in Delhi NCT was surveyed, and only the close-ended questionnaire survey was conducted for launching the victim experiences, and the ethical measures were taken. Thank you. Thank you, Muskan, for such an interesting topic, because since theft is like a very petty offense, right? So no one considers the victimology concept from the theft offense. But maybe there's a typo error in your presentation, because you're talking about the 10 closed-ended questions, right? Then the methodology, that means what you are using is quantitative, not qualitative. And you are representing those pie charts also. No, the analysis was done based on the experiences and not quantitatively. It was like the experience was analyzed in a qualitative way. Then the questions cannot be close-ended. It should be open-ended. That means it becomes unstructured interview schedule. Okay? Think about it. Okay. We will discuss it after all the presentations. Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
May I request Ms. Hemani Sharma, Rishabh Bhan Singh, and Dr. Tarun Kumar Sharma? They will be presenting under the scholar category. Can I have Ms. Hemani or Mr. Rishabh Bhan Singh or Dr. Tarun Kumar Sharma? Okay, I would like to call out one more name, Ms. Akshara Gupta. If you have joined us later, please you can present also. Okay, that's it with our presentation. So I would request the audience to kindly post their questions in the chat box. Now I would like to share my floor with my colleague, Dr. Deepak.
Thank you, Dr. Kanika. So that's it. Right at the end of the presentation, there are no more presentations.
Yeah, we are done with today, the presentations.
Okay. So what I will do now is I will give a brief summary of the presentations in few words, and after that we can take questions from the audience. So we started with the plenary lecture of Professor Janice. Professor Janice, in her intriguing plenary lecture, narrated the current developments in the area of interviewing children of sexual abuse. So many factors which the professor has narrated was new and innovative for us. And during the end of her presentation, she also pointed out the importance of looking at the culture of a place when we are adopting, when a country is newly adopting it. Then followed by that, our first technical presenter, the first presenter in the technical session was Kritika Diora. Ms. Kritika Diora explored neurosignature systems on victims of intimate partner violence. As per her findings, instruments such as BOS can be utilized to find out the veracity of testimonies of victims and accusers of IPV. Then Miss Mehak Soni explored attitude among young adults on marital rape. As per the findings, vast majority of the youngsters are of the opinion that marital rape should not be considered as a crime, and she also had several other interesting findings. Then Ms. Shivanki Banerjee presented reviews of case studies on the failures of criminal justice delivery system. So according to Shivanki Banerjee, eyewitness misidentification, junk science, false confessions, government misconducts, etc. are the causes of failures of criminal justice delivery system. So poor legal framework. She also blamed that poor legal framework for the wrongful convictions. Ms. Madonna Matthew, in her study on intimate partner violence conducted in Perambalur in Tamil Nadu, she found no major differences in the age group where the married women are subjected to different forms of intimate partner violence. Then our last presenter was Ms. Muskan. She conducted a study on social anxiety of the victims of theft through questionnaire method. And according to the study, considerable percentage of the victims experienced several symptoms of social anxiety. So I'm glad with most of all of the presentations, like all of the presenters, I believe with my scale done a very good job. So let's try to take the questions one by one. Please, a kind request to all the audience. Please come up with your questions. You can either put it in the chat box, or you can just turn on your mic and ask the questions. Any questions? We have a questions from Shweta Sharma. I will read out the questions. Shweta Sharma, could you please write to whom you would like to point out the question? How do we prove the husband raped his wife? The wife's testimony is often the only evidence of the rape. So in our presentation, I believe like 2 people presented on IPV, like intimate partner violence. So one of you should answer this question. How do we prove the husband raped his wife? The wife's testimony is often the only evidence of the rape. There may have been consensual sexual activity between them with consent of the wife before the rape. So DNA or semen samples would be irrelevant. How do we prove the absence of consent in such cases?
So may I?
Please.
Yes. So hi, I'm Kritika. So I think this is a topic which is, I mean, when we talk about absence of consent, and because it's a marital and cohabiting relationship, so there might be a false charge also, as you are mentioning, and the wife might be giving a false testimony. But I think to narrow it down, we must come up with using a scientific instrument such as BIOS, wherein we need to frame specific probes in specific scenarios which are relating to when scenarios relating to the complaint, the act, when the event the complaint related to the event when this non-consensual sexual activity has taken place. And on that line, if the wife's testimony is being verified, whether she has been a victim of marital rape or not. So on the basis of that, I think we can somehow assess that whether she's a victim or not.
Can I add something to it, sir?
Please.
So there is a little brief reading that I've done of literature over this, where I came across thing where they mentioned that blood sample, if like when we talk about scientific techniques, so if the blood sample is collected and at that time, because you know if it is not consensual, there are different types of hormones which are going to be secreted in their blood. So if at that time the blood testing is done, then cortisol levels or the stress hormones which we call them would be high. If that was a consensual thing, then yeah, definitely that thing. But that is a little bit specific to the timing of the event when that happened.
Okay. So any other questions?
I'm just typing a question now in the chat. I'll submit it just now.
Okay. All right. We are waiting for the question of Ms. Sarah Simmons. I'm also receiving some questions from our students community. They are actually watching the program from the YouTube channel. So there are certain questions which I'm receiving through mobile phone. So I will also shoot those questions. So please stay in the meeting. Okay, so we have a question here. Question to Kritika Diora. So Kritika Diora, you are there, right? If the experiential memory has to be admissible as evidence in court, it has to stand the test of reliability. How does neurosignature system differentiate between false memory and true memory relevant to the case? I think it's a very interesting question.
Okay, so I'll just explain the concept on which neurosignature system works and the episodic memory, how it derives episodic memory and how experiential knowledge is elicited. So first of all, there is no difference between false and true memory. Experiential knowledge will only be elicited if there is an remembrance or if there is a memory which is there in the episodic memory of that person. And if that is not there, there won't be any experiential knowledge elicited. So there's a question of false memory or a true memory. If there is only a memory which is related to the particular event, then and only the experiential knowledge will be elicited by the neurosignature system. And with regard to the admissibility of the court, in the Indian context, it is still not considered as primary evidence. It's considered all the forensic psychological tools. They are considered as secondary evidences, as corroborative evidence in per se with primary evidences. So reliability, the BIOS has 99% of specificity, and reliability, the BIOS is a reliable instrument with regard to, which has been also tested by Dr. C.R. Mukundan. But with regard to the evidence of the court, admissibility of it as being it being an admissible in court, it's still a corroborative evidence. So it really depends on the expert, scientific expert to explore like how he presents his narration of the report that has been presented. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, we have to. We can actually take 2 or 3 questions maximum because I'm getting signals from the organizers that our time is time is up. Like most of the child abuse cases, the perpetrator is known to the child. How can we differentiate between if the child a rehearsed answer or not? So this Shruti Sridhar, she did not mention who will answer this question. Most of the child abuse cases, the perpetrator is known to the child. How can we differentiate between if the child has a rehearsed answer or not? So is this question is to the plenary speaker? All right, then just move on to the next question. That is to Mehak. Why did you choose young adults, not older people, for your study? Ms. Mehak, please answer the question. Mehak, are you there? Okay, the other question is also to Ms. Mehak. Okay, so yes, Dr. Janice Joseph, are you still there in the meeting? I'm so sorry that Professor is not in the meeting, so I cannot take that question. So what we can do is like, please write your email ID and we will forward ma'am's response. Kindly write down your emails. If your questions are not answered, kindly put it in the chat box. So we will note down your questions and we will forward it to Professor and we will get the questions. Okay. And once again, I thank all of you for your participation in the last technical session of this conference. Thank you so much. With that, I would like to convey the control of the meeting to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. With that, we come to the end of third technical session. We want to express our gratitude to all the speakers, presenters, and attendees. This two-day international conference on forensic victimology has come to an end, and on this platform, we discuss the victim who has been a forgotten identity in the justice delivery system, and offered a lot of information. And this platform offered a lot of information in the field of forensic victimology. We really gained a lot from the presentations. They were really insightful and academically informative. With this having been said, we move forward to valedictory. To address the valedictory, we welcome Dr. Rakhi Agarwal, Dean Academician at NFSU, Dean of Academics at NFSU Delhi campus. Ma'am, are you there?
Yes, Kritika, thanks a lot. And first of all, congratulations to you and the entire team, Behula Madam, Purvi Madam, for this grand event, which is actually totally successful in all of its terms. So good evening to one and all. And I am delighted to have you and to deliver a welcome address for everyone. This is Dr. Rakhi Agarwal from National Forensic Sciences University, and currently I am posted in Delhi campus. And I would like to take this opportunity to formally welcome you everyone for the valedictory function of India's first international conference of forensic victimology on advanced trends and future challenges in forensic victimology. It is my immense pleasure to share that the event was started yesterday, and we have discussed around 20 research articles in a very depth manner. And I believe that all the discussion held here on this global and online platform, with the presence of the 3 international delegates, and one speaker will be joining us soon to deliver his talk. So overall, the topic discussed, the research and the findings that were discussed on this platform are fruitful in a manner that the society will be safe for everyone. If something happens, some crime happened, and the first one person is a victim, and the another party which is a sufferer, which is actually a suspected one, but the justice or the system should be in view that everyone get the chance to speak. There will be a fair chances for everyone, so that no injustice will be happen with anyone else. So with this brief word, I would like to again welcome you for this valedictory evening. Thanks a lot on my own behalf and the entire organizing team, to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for his overall support, guidance, motivation to the entire team. The campus director of Delhi campus, Professor S. Junare, sir, for his whole heart support and quickly take a decision to allow for this event. And Dr. Purvi Pokhariyal, ma'am, to gather all the speakers and to give a backbone for this event. Dr. Behula Shekhar, ma'am, to a key person for this event. The team of the Kritika and Ritin to give your all support to make this event successful, and also Mr. Hitesh Goyal for his entire support for the event. So with this, I will not taking much time. Thanks a lot to everyone, and welcome you for this valedictory function. Thank you. Over to you, Kritika.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Indeed, it was a team effort. Now we have Mr. Michael O'Connell to give a valedictory address and deliver a talk on exploring forensic victimology. Mr. Michael.
I think, Kritika, give him a minute. I think he's having some problems, so we can finish the rapporteur's report if that is ready.
Sure, ma'am.
Or what is the next thing on the agenda?
Ma'am, it will take 2 more minutes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I can present it.
Okay, then we'll just give him some time.
We can discuss here if the
maybe
want to. Dr. Deepak may coordinate it because he is excellent in this part.
Okay.
Madam, with your
Have
permission.
any discussion or the conference report is ready? Hitesh can do that, or whichever is ready.
Mohammed sir said he's ready, so let's do that.
Sorry?
Subhan sir?
Okay, we'll have a discussion then. Now we need to plan ahead. So for future forensic victimology platforms, because this was the first one, so there were a lot of hiccups. People were not clear how to go about it, and rightly so, because it is a new area and they need to think about it and research. So we just did this as a starter. So we hope this will
open venues of research for everyone and help them think ahead in these lines. And we have a huge potential here we see from the presentations I saw. People came up with such innovative ideas how to tackle victimology and victim assistance using forensic tools. So I think there's a huge potential. And I'm glad we had Professor Janice Joseph with us. We had some DNA scientists with us as well, like Dr. Mahalakshmi and Dr. Shraddha. So I think we are going in the right direction. And with our visionary leader, Honorable Vice Chancellor, I'm sure we will take this forward. He was also talking to us about opening a center for excellence in victimology. So I'm sure that would also add more dimensions to this new road that we are trying to tread. So any comments from the others? Sarah? We have Sarah here, who's also a member of the World Society of Victimology and who will also be visiting us in September 2023. So we will have interactions again when they're all here. So it's a nice combination that we had at this attempt to make this forensic victimology.
I think Michael is in now.
Okay.
Michael has joined.
Okay. Then over to you, Kritika.
For the next valedictory address, we have Mr. Michael O'Connell. He'll be delivering a talk on exploring forensic victimology. Mr. Michael O'Connell is the immediate past Secretary General of the World Society of Victimology. He is the Vice President for the NGO Alliance on Crime Prevention and Criminal Justice, a board member of Victim Support Asia, and a member of the International Network supporting victims of terrorism and mass violence. He served from 2006 to 2018 as South Australia's first Commissioner for Victims' Rights. Prior to this, he was the first victims crime coordinator in that state. During his earlier police career, Michael was the inaugural Victim Impact Statement Coordinator. He volunteers as an expert on UN topics in relation to victims of crime and victims of terrorism, and he volunteers as an advocate for prisoners, children, and as a campaigner for the elimination of gender-based violence. I humbly welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. It is a great honour for me to join the research scholars, the professionals, and most importantly, because it's in the future of victimology, it's in the hands of the students who presented, rests the future of victimology, whichever perspective one determines to take. Hopefully, I'm about to share a PowerPoint slide with you. And let me see what happens. You can see well, I hope. So
yes, it's clear, Michael.
Very good. All right, now. So let me begin then. I intend to draw on some of the information or point to some of the pointers that were made by various presenters during this conference. So I think that's an important part of a closing session, and it in some way pays respects to the trouble that they took. I do apologise if I miss a person's name in so doing, or I mispronounce a person's name. I only speak 2 languages. One of those is British English and one is Australian English, and more often Australian English. So I apologise if there are some terms or expressions I use that are not familiar to you. So let's begin with some basics. The question that begs an answer is what's required to attain the status of a social science? Many of you as presenters followed a scientific approach in terms of your literature review, giving rise to an hypothesis, looking at the methodology to explore that hypothesis and whether you could prove it or not in terms of testing from the results, and then some discussion leading to a conclusion. And a few of you went a little further and talked about the limitations of your research, and one person in particular talked about some of the ethical dimensions that ought to be considered, especially when you're conducting a research with a victim, such as a victim of intimate partner violence or marital, where the safety of the respondent ought to be a critical issue in terms of your thinking and the approach that you take. So in order to attain the status of a social science, there are 4 key components, according to Weir. That is, that it has to be empirically based, and there has to be some form of logical analysis of that data that you have obtained by an empirically sound methodology. That leads you to develop a theory, and I'll mention the difference between deductive and inductive thinking that leads you to the theory a little later in my presentation. And what's important in terms of a social science is that if you follow steps 1 and 2, then you add to the accumulative knowledge base of the discipline or of the science or the area of humanity in which you are working. And that accumulative knowledge base is not just about substantiating what people purport they have found, but also critical analysis of those things so that we gain understandings. And in order to ensure that there is appropriate scrutiny of our work and the like, when we publish in our research and present it to people and allow for there to be that critique of our work. One of the first people, and that reason I've got the picture of Max Weber there, is that he argued against abstract theory. He favoured an approach to sociological inquiry that generated its theory from rich, and I quote, systematic, empirical and historical research. So the combination of all of those things. So let's look then at a question about victimology. Is in fact victimology a social science? Well, let's go back a little bit and consider because often victimology is understood to be a subset of criminology, and that's certainly something that Professor Turvey mentioned, because there were more than once he talked about the role of forensic victimology informing forensic criminology, and so therefore he created the impression that victimology still is a subset within the broader social science of criminology. But if we look then at those roots in the criminological context, then we can go back right to the 1700s. Beccaria, in his writings during the Enlightenment period, talked about the abuse of power as a source of victimization. And even today, or the last 2 days, in these 2 conferences, we've had the retired director, Jara Avradam, talking about abuse of power. We have Mr. Ritham talking about abuse of authority, and Ms. Gunther talking about the misconduct of government officials, as a couple of examples that this is still a relevant topic within the realm of both criminology and victimology. Ferrari and Garofalo make observations about the fact that victims sometimes provoke another person to attack them, and that could lead to a victim's death. So we look at the role of a victim in their demise, and that's something that Ms. Samuel talked about when she was discussing the dynamics of marriage and domestic violence. And then the characteristics of homicide victims were raised in the 1920s and 1930s, again in a criminological examination rather than a victim-centric approach. But notwithstanding that work by MacDonald and others around that era focused on what was it about that we could learn from the characteristics of the victim that helped us explain better the crime itself? And that's something that was raised by Ms. Manzi as an example in her presentation on the coronial process, and some others. Then in the 1930s, there was work being done on the impact of sex offences, particularly sex offences on children. And again, that was a topic which was canvassed during this conference by Ms. Sayer in terms of sex offences more generally, Mr. Gish in terms of sex offences and children, and in particular incest. But it wasn't until the 1940s, and we saw the work of von Hentig and Mendelssohn, that really a greater attention began to be paid to the victim. And we saw von Hentig talk about the duet frame of crime. What he did was actually ask, why do we not listen to what is revealed about the victim in the available information? Now, interestingly, his work, going back to the question about whether victimology is a science, was really anecdotal, and it was based on unstructured observations. And that's something which crept into one or two of the technical presentations, unstructured observations, which ought to be avoided as you move to a more empirically sound methodology. Mendelssohn himself used the principles of civil law to inform his discussion about the victimal, the opposite side of the coin to the criminal, and the culpability of the victimal in terms of participating in his or her own demise. And he used concepts such as accident, proneness, and liability. And that concept of proneness was mentioned, for example, in Professor Simon's presentation, where she talked about proneness and vulnerability. And then Ellenberger in the 1950s built on, remember I said that we accumulate knowledge and we build on it, built on some of that work in his discussion on the penal couple. And we saw several of the presentations discussing that dynamic between who was the victim. Is the victim, in fact, the person who ultimately attracts the label of a criminal? And there were references to the difference between Lambrusco's theories and some of the more recent on and the criminology. Continuing on, I've said that there needs to be some form of scientific endeavour. There needs to be proper research from which theories can be developed. So some of that early work that I've just mentioned, such as Mendelssohn and von Hentig, as I said, was based often on unstructured observations and on their conjecture about what it was that was happening in the dynamic of what we describe as a criminal incident. But Wolfgang, in the 1950s, decided to look at data around homicides in the United States. And in a similar vein, Amaya, on more than one occasion, looked at some of the statistics on sexual assault, in particular rape. And what that led them to believe is that statistically you could show that there were some victims who actively participated in their victimisation. In other words, they precipitated their victimisation. Now, precipitation is a clinical term that has been designed to be used in a clinical explanation about an interaction between, for example, two human beings that leads to one person being labelled the perpetrator and one person being labelled the victim. It is distinctly different from the legal term of provocation. And a number of the students and others in their technical papers talked about legal concepts. And in one or two occasions, the explanation of the legal concepts tended to not distinguish too accurately the differences between, for example, the role the victim played in his or her own demise and how the law saw that. Precipitation relates to the victim. Provocation, in a legal sense, relates to mitigating an accused person's responsibility for a crime for which they have been often found guilty, such as murder. This early work of Wolfgang and Amaya was critiqued, particularly by feminist criminologists and the growing group of feminists who identify themselves as victimologists rather than pure criminologists, and pointed out that the work that had been done, the theoretical perspectives being advanced by von Hentig and Mendelsohn and being supported by such researchers, Wolfgang and Amaya, was contributing to the concept that the victim was to blame. And they found that reprehensible, and so began to attack victimology and discredit it as a science. In fact, around the time of the feminist movement really beginning to gain its momentum in the 1960s and through the 1970s, you had people like Stephen Schaeffer, who developed his own theory of shared responsibility, but he distinguished his work from that early work by saying that it suffered from a lack of organised imagination. Now, I'm not sure imagination is the good basis for a science, but his critique of some of that early theory is at least consistent with some of the criticisms that were raised by some of the feminist writers. Now, most of these early studies, such as Wolfgang and Amaya, whatever, were based on police data or recorded crime, and several of the people in their technical papers referred to the gaps in statistical data. For example, Ms. Carr and Ms. Patel mentioned that, particularly in discussing some of their limitations and pointing to the justifications for some of their research. Stimulated an interest in crime surveys, and many, as nations around the world now, have annual crime victim surveys. And Sparks especially began to analyse some of the data that came out of those surveys, and he began to differentiate the actions, the attributes and social situations of victims, and it led him to develop a theory called groups at risk, and in particular to look at the proneness of victims, and he refers also to vulnerability. And this is something, both proneness and vulnerability, as I mentioned, that Professor Simons, among others, mentioned in their presentation. These concepts of precipitation, of proneness, of vulnerability and whatever have, according to Myers, laid the foundation for the positivist victimology, which is the opposite side of the coin, to use a metaphor that was put up by Mendelsohn, of the positivist criminology. And it certainly contributed to the formulation of some of the theories that were canvassed, such as lifestyle exposure theories. And you may have heard Professor Buehler ask a question of Professor Turvey yesterday around the concept of rational choice theory, which is one of the theories that came out of this sort of area of positivist criminology with an overlap in victimology, victimological concepts. Now, according to Mendelsohn, although he promoted a theory, a social science that largely was just the opposite of criminology, later in life, because he began to look at the scope of victimology and re-examine who actually is a victim, it caused him to propose that maybe there needed to be a science of all victims rather than just the science of the criminal victim. He's attributed as being one of the forefathers of science, although he didn't actually coin the term victimology. It came from a study by Wortham looking at homicide victims. Now, is victimology a science? Well, according to the well-quoted, well-cited leading criminologist Cressy in 1988, it's not. It's just a hodgepodge of non-academic collection of ideas, interests, ideology and research methods. It borrows from psychology, from sociology, from criminology, from suicidology, from whatever form of otherology, and packages it up in a box and selects those things that help that it can attribute to better explain the victim's circumstance. And that led goody to say, well, actually, when you look a little bit more closely, there isn't really any sound theoretical basis. Even theories which victimologists talk about, such as routine activities theory or rational choice theory or whatever, well, they're not true victimological theories. They might have certain concepts in them, but they're not true theories. And that's one of the things I found with some of the technical presentations. There were victimological concepts, but they weren't truly drawing from the victimological theories that have evolved. Even what Professor Turvey said around the fundamentals of forensic victimology. So the opposite, the converse to that is that, in fact, if you look more closely, you can, according to people like Andrew Carman and Marby and Sandra Walklake and other writers, you can actually distinguish conservative, liberal, positivist, radical and critical victimology. And in fact, there are some more recent theories that have evolved, such as social, structural, situational oriented or psychosocial theories that I've referenced in this slide. So you could conclude that there is now an evolving group of theoretical perspectives that are somewhat uniquely victimological. Another way of determining whether victimology has attained a status of a science is to ask the question about what is the scope. This is an interesting and yet to be resolved debate in the victimological literature, because there are those who still cling to the idea that it's exclusively about victims of crime, and there is an adequate area of research and lack of understanding just in that one dimension of victimisation to keep social scientists occupied for decades. We need not expand the scope of victimology beyond that. There are others who, such as Nutkin, who say, well, no, actually you can categorise victimology and the sources of victimisation into 5 areas, beginning with the criminal, looking at the political, and some of you mentioned in your presentations that in a small p context, the political dimension. Some of you mentioned socio-economic victimisation as a precursor to people who actually go on and offend. There's familial, which was raised several times, and medical victimology, which incorporated some of the information that has been discussed under brain oscillation testing and DNA technology. Elias and Newman said, well, actually, we could go a little bit further and look at human rights abuses, and Garkow and, as I mentioned before, Mendelsohn have gone even further to say that victimology today covers all forms of human suffering. So it's really unclear where the scope is. Does that really matter? Well, it doesn't, because in all the social sciences, there are different perspectives. In psychology, there is the humanist school, there is the social biological school, and so on. Even in criminology, there are different schools of thought. There are different perspectives. That's what makes the discussions richer. If everyone looked at things exactly the same, it would be pretty boring. So another way of just looking at the scientific endeavour of victimology is to think about some of the fundamental terms that are used. If it is the study of victim, then who is the victim? Now, your former Chief Justice in 1997 in India observed that when it comes to the term of victim, there is actually a lack of descriptive precision. And several of you made that point in your presentations. In the academic field, Christie talked about the perception of the ideal victim, the person who often is seen as the most deserving of the status of victimhood, is the way that Bailey described it. And some of you, as well as a couple of the keynote presenters, mentioned the definition of victim that's been agreed by the international community in the Declaration of Basic Principles, which looks at not just the immediate or direct victim, but also at the secondary victims, that is the immediate family, the close relatives, and also accommodates the first responders, that is the Good Samaritans and others. Carman goes a little further and says, well, just as the scope of victimology has expanded, so too has our comprehension of who might be described as a victim. And he says it could, in fact, be anyone who is beset with an injury or some form of hardship from any cause. And so that definition complements very much the idea that there is a global victimology. And when one considers the sources of victimisation, then you can see why global victimology might, in fact, be the more accurate perspective. That is, if you consider natural sources of victimisation, such as disasters, disease. The recent pandemic is a prime example, and that was mentioned in at least one of the technical presentations. Or there's human dimension. There's the structural, which was mentioned several times, particularly in the two technical papers, excuse me, the names escape me at this particular moment, that dealt with offenders, people who are accused, suspected of crime, being victims of in an ecological sense, of their past, of the nurturing and the different socio-economic and other structural factors that impacted upon their development as they evolved through human development. And there's the criminal, the civil, and one area that wasn't focused on in the technical papers, and if it was, I omitted to hear it, and that is around self-victimisation or auto-victimisation, although it was touched on when one or two people talked about the impact of victimisation in the context of their problem, and they talked about misuse or abuse of alcohol or and or other drug. And there is another way, of course, of looking at the concept of victimisation, and that's to look at it in a typology through the different, if you like, the ripple effect of crime. So if you imagine dropping a pebble into a pool of water and watching those ripples go out, you've got the primary or direct victim where the pebble hits. You've got the secondary victims who are the immediate family, those who are close to and part of the social support network for the primary or direct victim. Then you've got the tertiary victims, etc. And as one or two of you pointed out when you were talking about public confidence in the criminal justice system, you've got the public at large who not only bear the cost of police, courts, corrections and other, but they also bear the costs in terms of the flow-on effect of crime itself, such as if there are a prolific number of break-ins into dwellings, then insurance premiums go up and that cost is carried. If there is medical fraud, then that cost is carried over in terms of the expense of medicine, etc., etc. Now, I want to suggest to you, because I'm conscious of the time, that, and I only have a few minutes to go, I believe, that another way of trying to think about the evolution is to look at literature. And one of the presentations in the technical session looked at the influence of cinema and film. And I want to suggest to you that although we attribute victimology and its origins in a modern sense to the 1940s, I did give you a taste of the fact that there is earlier work in the realm of victimological interest, or at least victimological concepts creeping into criminology. And it's quite interesting that Arthur Conan Doyle, who's more often known because of his character Sherlock Holmes, used the fictional character of Sherlock Holmes to promote the science of deduction. And there are a number of quotes and incidents throughout the Sherlock Holmes canon, which is some 56 short stories and 4 novels, that refer to this science of deduction and its importance in not only explaining crime, but also solving crime. And this is a bit of a way of progressing into the modern concept of forensic victimology. So Holmes said, and I quote, "Detection is or ought to be science. Be treated in the same good and emotional manner." So straight away, we're starting to talk about the investigation of an incident which we label criminal, or another form of interaction between human beings that, as the scientist, we need to approach it from a cold, unemotional, objective manner. It isn't mere guesswork, he goes on to say, and he explains that it is a process of combining thought and observations and drawing inferences and testing those inferences. In fact, in the adventure of the Abbey Grange, he restates his case for the rigours of the science of deduction when he says, and I quote, "I must admit, Watson, that you have some power of selection which atones for much of which I deplore in your narratives, your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of as a scientific exercise has ruined what might have been an instructive and even classical series of demonstrations. You slur over work of the utmost finesse and delicacy in order to dwell upon sensational details which may excite but cannot possibly instruct the reader." And that's an important observation. As social scientists, we are there to produce information that helps to instruct and add to explanations of, for example, a criminal incident. This science of deduction is popularised not only in the old stories of Sherlock Holmes, which were written in the 1890s and early 1900s, but also more recently in the television dramatisations of Sherlock. And I just point out that Conan Doyle, interestingly, as a private citizen, was criticised for his opposition to women's suffrage and his endorsement of stereotypical views of what women's role in society was. Yet, in the Sherlock Holmes stories, for example, A Case of Identity and The Adventure of the Abbey Grange, he focuses on the issue of domestic violence and the appalling treatment of women and the misguided interpretation of that. And in fact, he condemns, through Holmes's words, the injustices that women suffer from abusive men and rigid social codes. So it's a little bit of an irony. And in the more modern there's a scene where Sherlock is actually examining a crime scene, and he says about the victim, she's been married for at least 10 years, but not happily. She's had a string of lovers, but none of them knew she was married. And the police officer Lestrade says, "Oh, for God's sake, if you're just making this up." And Sherlock Holmes turns to him and says, "Her wedding ring, 10 years old at least. The rest of her jewelry's been regularly cleaned, but not her wedding ring. State of marriage, right there. The inside of the ring is shinier than the outside. That means it's regularly removed. The only polishing she gets is when she works it off her finger. It's not for work. Look at her nails. She doesn't work with her hands. So what, or rather who, does she remove her rings for? Clearly not one lover. Could never sustain the function of being single over that amount of time. So more likely a string of them. Simple, he says. In other words, analysis of the information that is provided there at the crime scene was mentioned in particularly the paper on the coronial process and the need to be thorough in your crime scene analysis. So as I mentioned before, in a theory, whether it be this in scientific approach, we can approach from a deduction or inductive approach, and that was mentioned a couple of times in presentations during this conference, and I won't say much more about that particular approach because it's self-evident. So forensic victimology has been popularised in the police drama Criminal Minds. I don't know if that's on mainstream television throughout India, but it's certainly on cable television, features a series in one series, and there were over 100 references to the wordology. And actually go on YouTube and type in criminal minds and victimology, someone's put together a series of clips where that term appears quite frequently. But what they're actually doing is using the term of victimology in the context that the early writings in forensic victimology, people like Turvey and Petherick did, and that is to use their examination of the victim and try and find similarities or differences in the victim and the way the victim was found in the crime scene, etc., as a way of gaining information that helps either differentiate or show similarities in patterns of criminal offending, and as a consequence might provide clues to the identity of the perpetrator of the crime. In the case of criminal minds, it's always the killer that they're attempting to find. But then, what is forensic victimology? Well, Mr. Turvey skirted around this yesterday, talking about it, referring to different cases, because he was of the view that using cases and demonstrating its application was most probably a better way of introducing the topic. But in the book that he authored and he referred to more than once and urged you to possibly buy on Amazon, he goes on to say, well, look, it is actually an applied discipline. He doesn't describe it as a science in its purest sense, but he says it's an applied discipline intended to be employed as an objective scientific practice. In other words, he's saying we take a set of principles that are associated with a discipline, we apply them using a scientific method to lead us to certain conclusions. And those conclusions, he goes on elsewhere in the book to say, allow us to accurately and critically and objectively describe the victim to better understand victims, crime, criminal, and forensic issues. And there were several presentations that looked at forensic issues during the last 2 days. So I suggest to you that just as Sherlock Holmes in fiction introduced Scotland Yard and other police to the theory of deduction, forensic victimology introduces criminologists and criminal investigators to the idea of systematically, and this is a quote, systematically gathering and examining victims' information for the purpose of addressing investigative and forensic issues. Many of those forensic issues in particular were canvassed over the last 2 days. In terms of its theoretical base, it actually draws from some of those criminological theories I mentioned before that incorporate victimological concepts, albeit that one can argue that they are not purist victimological theories. So lifestyle theory I mentioned, situational theory, which includes rational choice theory, criminal profiling and its application to victim profiling, some of the examples that are variously mentioned throughout the book. And he argues, as does his colleagues, including his colleague here in Australia, that you can apply forensic victimological practice to better understand conventional forms of violent crime. And we heard, for example, from Miss Muskin talking about theft as a form of conventional crime, and as an example of one of the presentations that were made, hate crime by Ms. Patel. It could be applied to intimate partner violence, which is something that Ms. Diora, Ms. Matthew talked about, and in the context of marital rape, Ms. Sonny. And sexual violence was covered by many of you as well. No one ventured into transnational organised crime, but certainly in the more recent Turvey and others, there's a whole chapter dedicated to how you can use forensic victimology to not only better understand the perpetration of organised crime, but also how you can draw from that information for the purpose of prosecuting the perpetrators, matching the needs of victims of crime, and so on. Returning back to some key definitions, Turvey and his colleagues say that victimology is the study of a victim or all victims in order to discover clues and information in regard to the offender's opportunity and selection process. So to a certain extent, they're saying victimology and approaching criminal matters from a forensic victimological perspective, or indeed other forms of victimisation from a forensic victimological perspective, helps us better understand the offender or the cause, the outcome, etc. And they go on and look at the context of victimisation, but their idea of victimisation fits and mirrors better the notion of victimology is confined to criminal victimisation or penal victimology as it came to be known. I realise I'm running out of time, so please bear with me just a little longer. The proponents of forensic victimology say that, in fact, it moves victimology from a theoretical study to an application. In other words, it takes victimology from within the classroom, where there are wonderful discussions between scholars and academics and research people and therapists and others, and that classroom, and puts it into a real life situation and says, here is how we can use what we have learned about a scientific approach to the study of victims and the way that victims react and respond to incidents such as crime, and how we can use that to achieve outcomes that they want, such as solving the crime and seeing the person responsible be brought to justice. And so therefore, forensic victimology achieves a primary aim of the early victimologists, at the very least, if not a large number of current victimologists. It provides a scientific balance between the ideal and normative sort of models and the realities, and that's their case for it. But I say to you, like any good social scientist, and I mentioned this right up the front, you publish your information so that others can critique it. And through the critical analysis of that information, you help build the knowledge base, but also ensure the integrity of the information that is being shared. So forensic victimology really does revisit some of those early victimological theories. So therefore, does it have the potential to lead people once again consider the blame that's attributed to the victim? For example, if there's a series of murders and the victim is always out at 3 a.m. in the morning, it's a female, she's wearing a short skirt and she is walking from a public transport place to her home alone, and she's victimised, does the analysis of that lead us to a conclusion inappropriately, and I stress inappropriately, that that victim has, through their dress, through their to put themselves in a position of vulnerability, through their possibly attractiveness that makes them more prone, have they in fact precipitated their victimisation, and as a consequence of that, do we end up attributing some blame to them? And fewer victimologists begin their analysis with the view, at least in the practical sense, that victims aren't to blame. And that's certainly something that is now taught to many police forces around the world. You enter and your first interaction with a victim is to say, you are safe now, you are not to blame, and I'm here to help you. The next point is, though arguably its application improves the investigation of the crime, who is really the beneficiary? Is this forensic victimology really a rationale to help justify law enforcement, to help bring benefits to law enforcement and therefore legitimise policing and other activities. And if that is the case, then that gives rise to some questions that were mentioned in a couple of the papers around abuse of authority and abuse of power, and to what extent as a beneficiary and gaining some sort of advantage, do you misuse that position that you now occupy? My final question for you to think about is it truly victim-centric? Does it really put the victim at the centre of one's interest? Or in the context of solving crime, is it another means of advancing the more traditional view that has evolved from within policing, particularly over since the Second World War? The primary function of police is to fight crime, that they are the thin blue line between the good and the bad, and as opposed to the more modern connotation that policing is about service and serving the community. And a police force that focuses exclusively on crime fighting runs the risk, as Lear and Young showed in their classic book in 1983 of Law and Order in London, shows that a police department that loses its confidence, that focuses exclusively on crime fighting, loses the confidence of the people, and therefore it no longer becomes a civil police as originally proposed. So I leave you with this. If the task of victimology as a social science in practice is to diagnose a situation, to interpret a situation, to suggest ways of creating desired situations, and to prevent undesired situations, and also to minimise the effects or the impact of victimisation, does forensic victimology advance the tasks of victimology as a social science? I'll leave you with that to ponder, and the reason I leave that with you to ponder is that, as Professor John Dusic observed, there are possibilities on our horizon, and there are also great challenges for the next generation of victimologists. And many of you who presented in those technical sessions are the professionals, the scholars and the students who are the next generation of victimologists. And it's on your shoulders, so long as you employ scientifically sound ways, that rests both the opportunity to advance victimology and build on that knowledge. Thank you for the wonderful 2 days. It's rich, and I hope in my presentation and references to your papers, etc., I've been able to canvass and capture something of what we have dealt with in the last few hours. I leave with the expression, if I can stop sharing a slide with you. I leave with the Indigenous expression Narkan, which means see you later rather than farewell, because I hope that we will all be blessed with the opportunity to meet again and enrich our knowledge and share our ideas. So thank you very much. Thank you to the organisers. Thank you to the wonderful keynote speakers. Thank you for all the people who presented technical papers, particularly the students who stepped out of their comfort zone and put themselves in front of scholars and people with great research skills, etc., and allowed us to scrutinise their work. I commend you for the courage that you've shown, and you've convinced me that I can have faith that victimology, including the perspective of forensic victimology, will continue to grow in India with great leadership from the Forensic Sciences University in Delhi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful talk on victimology, victimization, and the development of forensic victimology within its ambit. I think you very well summed up the whole conference, sir, in your talk. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you for that. Now I call Dr. Mohammed Shuban Akhtar, Assistant Professor in Ophthalmology in NFSU Delhi campus, to present the rapporteur's report. Please, sir.
Thank you, Ritin. Very good evening to everyone, and thank you for this opportunity, respected convener, esteemed delegates, organizers, and the participants of this event. As we have come to the end of this conference, I, Dr. Mohammed Subhanatta, would like to present the rapporteur's report in front of you all. So, India's first international conference of forensic victimology on broad theme of advanced trends and future challenges in forensic victimology was organized in online mode on September 22 and 23rd of 2022. The conference was organized by National Forensic Sciences University, Delhi campus. The delegates from different parts of the world participated in this conference. We had welcome address by Professor Dr. Beola Shekhar, Chair Professor of Criminology, National Forensic Sciences University. Professor Beola Shekhar welcomed formally all to the distinguished guests. Thereafter, Sri Chhatrapal Singh D. Jadeja, Executive Registrar, National Forensic Sciences University, gave the opening remarks. The conference was then preceded by Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal, Director, National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar campus. Professor threw light on the need for forensic victimology and spoke about the various amendments made in CRPC which were proposed by National Forensic Sciences University that ensure victims' rights in the criminal justice system. After that, Professor Dr. Beola Shekhar, on behalf of Professor Dr. Yunare sir, talked about the role of National Forensic Sciences University in promoting forensic victimology. The inaugural address delivered by Professor Bernard E. Turvey, Director, Forensic Criminology Institute, USA, along with Dr. Aurelio Coronado, takes over the session. They gave a brief introduction of forensic victimology and the protocols followed by a forensic scientist while examining the evidence with a human rights perspective. Then they explained the models and the theories related to forensic victimology with some case studies. They also talked about the parallel of violence in terms of domestic violence. They discussed how the offenders are actually motivated by the culture and the community. After the completion of their inaugural address, questions were asked by the participants about the role of forensic scientists and forensic criminologists to curb crimes across the countries. Later, the presidential address was delivered by Padma Shri Professor Dr. J.M. Vyas, Vice Chancellor, National Forensic Sciences University. Honorable Sir spoke about the importance of forensic victimology and its role in criminal justice system to deliver justice. Then Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal invited gathering to be the part of World Society Victimology Conference to be held in 2024. The second half of the day one of conference started with first technical session that began with Dr. Sharda Avanadam, retired director, Andhra Pradesh Forensic Sciences Laboratory. Dr. Sharda talked about the challenges in victimology, discussed the victims' rights, the access to justice and fair treatment. Then she gave an analysis on the unreported crime due to the social stigma. The tampering of evidences in examination of cases is also discussed. The session was then ended with the question answers. After this, the chairperson of this technical session Dr. Krishna Kumar Mishra, Assistant Professor, with the co-chairperson, Dr. Viju Vincent, Assistant Professor, National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar campus, welcomed participants and briefed about the modalities of technical session. Ms. Vidushi Sahani then took the lead and presented a paper on the extremism in the Indian cinema scientific decoding of cinematic message. She was followed by Mr. Ritin Joseph, who shared his ideas on applicability of suspect detection system in Indian airports, railways, and seaports victims' perspective. Then Ms. Manshi Trivedi presented on post-mortem forensic toxicology and criminal justice system and analysis of the current scenario. Ms. Sania to present on their respective topics. Beginning with the session, Ms. Mansi Arora.
That could be going against it. So it's a very brave front from the end of the judiciary. So I think, yes, ma'am, this is indeed commendable, and I hope it sets out to be an example.
And because India is going to host the next World Society of Victimology Symposium, I think that we will be very proud to follow that case, but also for you to be able to show the world that India is using victimology in the 21st century to improve the situation of victims. I continue learning from you. I went to university in India, so I know that a lot of good will come out of this. Thank you for now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. So, is there any other questions that anyone has, or should we proceed? Okay, then we'll proceed with the rest of the function. So now I call Mr. Hitesh Goyal, Faculty of Criminology Department, NFSU, Delhi campus, to give the report of the conference. Please.
Thank you so much, Ritin. Thank you so much, Sarah, Michael, Namaste, Namaskar. Very good evening, India, and good morning to all the participants, distinguished guests, and speakers of foreign countries who have joined us on Google Meet, live YouTube channel, and several other online channels. You all are witnessing this auspicious valedictory ceremony of our India's first international conference of forensic victimology. I am Hitesh Goyal, co-convener of this India's first international conference and faculty of criminology at National Forensic Science University, Delhi campus. So the major theme of the conference was advanced trends and future challenges in forensic victimology. And the following were the sub-themes: forensic victimology and victim situational exposure, forensic research and victimology, scientific victimology assessment, miscarriages of justice, victims of the criminal justice system, victimity of CJS, forensic victimology and victim lifestyle exposure, victim profile construction, and forensic victimology on trial. Miscellaneous was related to sub-themes. So basically, we decided on this topic to organize this international conference. So I just want to give you the brief behind this logic that conference that I joined NFSU Delhi campus very recently, and in beginning I had a discussion with Professor Bula Shekhar that we should organize a conference on victimology. Madam shared her recent participation as an international delegation in international event of World Society of Victimology, and she has taken a big responsibility of organizing the next forthcoming WSV, World Society of Victimology conference in India at NFSU. Under the major theme of Congress or the conference of World Society of Victimology, now we are heading to organizing the various events. So the NFSU has organized and also introducing some other um, events. So this conference is one of the initiative under the World Society of Victimology, that event which is going to be organized in India. So although it's a big conference and successfully executed from the Delhi campus of NFSU, now the one of the big challenges were the topic that because still victimology required a big public attention or academic attention towards familiarizing the young criminal justice scholars and professionals, as Professor Brent we also mentioned in their address. So Professor Bula Shekhar gave me a book and simply said, read and then come. Then book was Forensic Victimology, authored by Professor Brent and our keynote speaker of our inaugural. So it was the first edition of that book, and second edition is also published recently, and he announced that thing in inaugural. So forensic victimology topic was also very new to me, and as we are NFSU, National Forensic Science University, the world's and India's first university, which is completely devoted to the forensic science and their applications and their domains, dimensions. So it attracts us to organize this event on the same topic. So I drafted a concept note and come back to ma'am, Professor Bila Shekhar ma'am, that this is ma'am I found. And Professor Bila ma'am just smiled and said, okay, let's do it. So I went to our campus director, sir, office. He also read the concept note and approved within a few minutes. And even sir told, make it physical event. But it was a first international event in NFSU. It was my first international event in NFSU and third in my career. So I don't want to take any risk. So there are a lot of things associated with this conference, a lot of challenges we faced throughout the conference, even though speakers were also asking to us that what we are going to talk about, that forensic victimology is a bliss or advancement and challenges. We need to talk about that. So we need to talk about the advancement of these things. So finally, Professor Bila Shekhar ma'am corrected the title, and we came with this wonderful idea and this conference. So she created that advanced strengths and future challenges in forensic victimology. So now I would like to mention from a few points about the conference, that participants from more than 14 countries witnessed this conference through Google Meet and YouTube live channels and other online platforms. More than 100 abstracts we received, and through the blind peer review process, we scrutinized, and total 20 papers we selected for the presentations. And we received around 120 registrations, and students of criminology of forensic science at Gandhinagar campus and Delhi campus were also sitting in the classroom and watching this whole event. And more than 300 participants were watching us on YouTube, and more than 100 participants were watching us on in Google Meet. So basically, it happens now like that. So for that, I just finish my words. I just sum up with my words that I extend my special gratitude to the Vice Chancellor Sir, Padam Shri Professor J.M. Vyas Sir, Registrar Sir Shri Chatapal Singh Jadeja Sir, Professor S.O. Junale Sir, Campus Director Delhi, Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal Ma'am, Campus Director Gandhinagar, and Dr. Raki Agarwal Ma'am, Dean, Associate Dean of Delhi Campus, and Joint Registrar Sir. And also we were facing some difficulties to get the internet or infrastructure. So I just there is a one training program was also going on, and I requested to hear additional director training, Dr. Ajit Bhosle sir. So he just shifted that training program in other. So I thanks to that also. So all of these challenges we face, and we come up with this event, and wonderfully we executed. I hope so we make an standard like that. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hitesh sir, for that detailed report of the conference. Moving ahead, we have the announcement of Best Paper Presentation Award by Professor Dr. Beulah Shekhar in the 3 categories, that is professional category, scholar category, and student category. Dr. Beulah Shekhar, ma'am, I welcome you to announce the Best Paper Presentation Award.
Thank you, Kritika. And before I announce, I'd like to express my gratitude to Mr. Michael O'Connell, who after receiving our email and the request to be the judge and to evaluate the papers, he agreed. And it is a huge challenge because he lives in another continent and a totally different time zone. So he had to sit through these presentations in ungodly hours. And I'm really, really thankful to him for having accepted this and having given us the results just in time for us to announce. And it was very meticulously done, like he always does his duties. You saw his presentation as well. So we've known each other for, I think, zillion years, and we know when you give something to Michael, it will be done, and with a real professional touch and meticulously as well. So thanking him, let me go on to announce the awards. And after I do this, I would request Michael to say a few words and to give some constructive criticism, so it would help the students and the scholars as well in their future presentations. So get ready for the results. The first would be the research scholar category. Am I right, Kritika?
Yes, ma'am. You
first-
can go ahead first with the professional category.
Okay. So the professional category and then the research and then student, is it? Okay.
Yes.
So the award in the professional category goes to Miss Madonna Matthew and Jessil Abdul Kader, Assistant Professors, Department of Forensic Science, Srinivasan College of Arts and Science, Perambalur, Tamil Nadu. The presentation was titled An Empirical Study of Victims of Intimate Partner Violence in Perambalur District, Tamil Nadu. And the next would be the research scholar. In the research scholar category, the award goes to Ms. Mansi Arora, research scholar, National Forensic Science University, Delhi campus. She presented on the topic CRISPR technology, a barrier in criminal justice delivery system. And in the student category, the award goes to Ms. Muskin, postgraduate student, National Forensic Science University, Delhi campus. The presentation was titled Social Anxiety Among Victims of Theft. So a huge congratulations to all the paper presenters, and it was a tough competition, and thanks to Michael for giving us the awards and for helping us with this task. Thank you, Michael, and over to you if you could say a few words, please.
Thank you very much. Can I just say that, as I did in my presentation, that I found all of the technical papers interesting. Every one of them provoked some thought and stimulated me to consider not just what you were saying, but the implications of what you were saying from a victimological perspective. And I suppose that's first and foremost the key to my assessment. I was asked to assess the papers in 3 areas. That's the relevance to the theme of the conference itself, which is the first international conference on forensic victimology, which therefore meant, in terms of relevance, I had to consider to what extent the underlying principles, propositions, concepts, etc., that are particular to forensic victimology were in some way reflected in the papers that were presented. The second was to look at the content of the paper and whether the content were substantiated, for example, in a very logical way, the argument that you put or derived from your literature review, those of you who did literature reviews, that led you to identify a problem and led you to an hypothesis, and whether the method that you used to gain, for instance, a sample and use that sample to test your hypothesis, the methodologies that you employed or methodology that you employed, and so on. In other words, the application of scientific method, which I mentioned several times in my presentation. And that's not to say that I'm actually a scholar. I should point out I'm a practitioner, a former police officer, and also retired Commissioner for Victims' Rights. So I'm actually a practitioner. I'm not a scholar, but I, like all of you, have to learn from myself, but also learn from others about such matter as scientific method and its application. And then the third dimension was to consider the presentation itself. That's in the context of the slides, the verbal presentation, and whether it married up with the slides, whether the slides were, or in terms of the PowerPoint presentation, were consistent with what you were saying. For example, some people spoke to slides, some people read almost entirely from slides. I didn't, and I have to be frank, while initially I thought that that's a matter of concern when people are just simply reading from their slides and not talking to them, it occurred to me, and that's why I made the comment about the fact that I can only speak two languages, British English and Australian English, because my experience of being in India and other places in the world is that English is, for some people, their fourth or fifth language. So it is comfortable to read English rather than to try and speak it. And so I made a deliberate decision not to detract or look at those people who read directly from the slides in a negative manner. But I do point out that if you are going to go on, particularly those who are students or research scholars, to talk at international conferences, that you actually take the time to minimise the amount of information that you have on some slides and to speak to them and to elaborate on the points from speaking notes that you might have in front of you rather than on the slide itself. In terms of all of the presentations, some of them were quite clearly in the victimological realm. For example, acid attacks, hate crime, intimate partner violence, gender-based violence, gender-based issues, sex offences, incest, piracy and its effect on seafarers, and so on. So all of these things, I hoped I was able to convince you fall within the scope of victimological discourse, that is the discussions that happen in the field of victimology. And some of you were very good at presenting your cases in a very structured scientific sort of manner. Like I'm mindful, for instance, that the two presentations on brain electrical oscillating, and I can't remember now all of the words, but the two of you who presented on that know what you're talking about, or the purpose, or the presenter on CRISP and Ghost NA, your presentations followed very methodically in a very structured way, and that might reflect the fact that your topics were more aligned to more traditional natural science and easier to develop than, for example, someone who took on a topic that was very much subject to perceptions, bias, myths, and conjecture, innuendo, and others that you had to sift through. A couple of the strong points that were made, and I think this is something which Indian scholars need to do more of, and that is, if you utilise a Western instrument in your analysis and find it's not applicable and make adaptations to it to make it more culturally sensitive to the circumstances in which India exists, as opposed to, for example, the United States, which is one of the distinctions that one presenter made. I think it's to people's credit that they're beginning to develop theoretical frameworks that are culturally sensitive to the Indian circumstance. What, unfortunately, in a 10 to 12-minute presentation, you're not able to do is actually elaborate on how you made those adaptations. And I would urge that if you're going to start writing and publishing in academically credible journals, that you're going to need to be able to spend a little bit of time on that area. One or two of you were somewhat rushed and spent quite a lot of time on your literature reviews rather than getting down to the nitty-gritty of the study that you had, and then found that you were running out of time. And I know one presenter in particular, and I'm talking here in generalisations because it's unfair to, in this forum, to point to any particular individual, but I know one individual in their conclusions had about 6 points, but because they ran out of time, they could only highlight one. And I thought, which ones are they going to choose? And I have to say, I think you chose the one that possibly was only midway towards a victimological concept at the expense of an opportunity to highlight the others. And that really was a matter of pressure of time. I'm going to be very parochial here, but I actually have to say that in terms of the structure, I actually think that one or two of the students and one or two of the research scholars followed better the technique of presenting a scientifically scholarly presentation than some of the others. And that's possibly because sometimes those of us who've done many presentations get a little bit carried away with ourselves and our own area of interests and what have you, and we forget some of the fundamentals. And it's also the fact that those people, as I mentioned before, who are the next generation of victimologists, are trying to mark out the space that they want to occupy. And so they're trying to gain credibility, and so they fall back on following a more traditional and structured way of approaching things. I would urge that we don't forget the importance of those lessons, and that we actually do continue to maintain our rigours and our standards. Only one of you mentioned the ethical dilemmas of their research and made specific comment on that. Others of you may have taken those into account, but you didn't mention them. And I think that that's a particularly important issue, is the ethical dilemmas that one has to face. If you're going to conduct research, you've got to go before an ethics committee at a university, so that's fundamental to what you have to consider. If you're interviewing, for example, vulnerable women or children, you need to factor into your methodology and the actual application of it, ways to ensure the safety of the people that you're interviewing, such as having quick exits from screens on computers, so that if a perpetrator of violence stepped in the middle of an interview, they can't see what's going on, and providing follow-up, ensuring that people are aware, for instance, that if you've raised emotional and psychological reactions or responses as a consequence of your survey, that they're referred to appropriate victim assistance to assist them, that you don't just walk away and leave them. with a second injury as a consequence of your pursuit of your research end. So the summary is I've enjoyed the last 2 days. I don't think sleep deprivation has crept in whatsoever because the papers have been so thought-provoking, challenging, and so diverse in what they've had to say. And it was a struggle to pull out the papers that ultimately won the prizes. But in the 3 areas of assessment, relevance to the theme of the conference, content and structure, and the embodiment of victimological concepts, and presentation in terms of the more fundamentals about the presentation itself. I congratulate the 3 winners. Your presentations, in my view, stood out enough to make it appropriate that you were the recipients of those awards. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I think that was a very well laid out constructive criticism. And with that, I congratulate once again all the 3 winners in the 3 categories. With that, we proceed on with the vote of thanks. So I invite Dr. Deepak Raj Rao, Assistant Professor, Digital Forensics, NFSU Delhi Campus, to deliver the vote of thanks. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Ritika. It gives me immense pleasure in delivering this vote of thanks. I first of all thank our Vice Chancellor, Padma Shri Professor Dr. JMVR sir, for encouraging us and giving that much energy, motivating us to conduct this program. Then I thank our Executive Registrar, Sri Jadeja sir, for providing all the support. Then I thank our Delhi Campus Director, Professor Dr. S.O. Junare sir. I also thank Professor Dr. Puri Pokhriyal Madam, Director, NFSU Delhi Campus, for the support for conducting this conference. I convey my sincere thanks to Professor Dr. Beulah Shekhar ma'am, who is the Chairperson, Criminology, Chair Professor in Criminology, Delhi Campus, and convener of this particular conference. It's her motivation and her knowledge and information that helped us in making this conference a great success. I also thank our co-convener, Sri Hitesh Goyal, for taking this as a challenge and making this program a grand success. I thank all the keynote speakers who presented the information in a very beautiful way so that we can learn the new information topic in this particular domain. I thank Dr. Michael O'Connell, criminologist from Australia, Professor Barent, Director, and Dr. Aurelio Coronado from Forensic Criminology Institute, USA, Madam Sharadha, from retired director from APFSL, Dr. N. Mahalakshmi, Deputy Director, FSL Chennai, Dr. Joseph, Distinguished Professor from Stockton University. I also thank our chairpersons and co-chairpersons in various technical sessions, especially the chairperson, Dr. Krishna Kumar Mishra, Assistant Professor, NFSU, Gandhinagar Campus, co-chairperson, Dr. Vijay Vincent, Assistant Professor, NFSU, Gandhinagar Campus, for the first technical session. And in the second technical session, the chairperson, Dr. Hirak Ranjan Das, Assistant Professor, NFSU Delhi Campus, co-chairperson, Dr. Sulbha Roy, Assistant Professor, NFSU Delhi Campus. And in the third technical session, chairperson, Dr. Kanika Sharma, AP, Assistant Professor, Gandhinagar Campus, and co-chairperson, Dr. Deepak S.A., Assistant Professor, Gandhinagar Campus. I also thank our Dean Academics, Madam Dr. Rakhi Agarwal, and I also thank Dr. Subhan Attar for giving this rapporteur report. Apart from this, the background people who worked hard in making this program successful, the IT division, the training division of Delhi campus, without which this program could not be made successful. It is to mention here that more than 100 students participated through the Google Meet, and more than 300 people witnessed this particular first international conference through YouTube channel. Apart from this, students from both the campus assembled in the classroom, and they also witnessed this program in the auditorium that was provided to them. It was a great success through these people who participated, and I thank one and all, and I also thank who are all participated in this particular program, presented their papers in this program. Thank you so much. I thank the both presenter, master of ceremony, who made this program in a very pleasant manner and a very lively manner. Thank you one and all. Thanks a lot.
Before we sign off, we need to say a thank you to the person who gave the vote of thanks. He was heading the technical team, and thanks to him, we did not have any technical glitches. Even when there was a power cut, we did not feel anything, and everything went smoothly. A huge thank you, Dr. Deepak Raj Rao.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am, we were just about to get to that, because even on the first day when we had a small power cut issue, it was Deepak sir who came to the rescue, and he set up everything here. And even with the physical absence of Deepak sir has been here throughout the entire program for both the days. Even though he had classes, he kept running in and out. So we really wanted to thank you, sir, for helping us. This wouldn't have happened this smoothly in the technical end if it wasn't for Deepak sir. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, sir.
So with this, we've come to an end of the two-day conference, India's first conference in forensic victimology, and we are going to conclude by proceeding to the national anthem.
Can we ask everyone to switch on the camera and take a picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, please.
I request everyone to switch on their camera so we can take a screenshot.
Where's Hitesh? Deepak?
I'll join from there.
And Kritika, move in as well. We can't see Kritika. Yes.
We have two people.
I can't see Hitesh and Deepak.
So you can join from that.
Mohammed Subhan, yes. Kritika, I can't see you.
Ma'am, am I there in the frame now?
Yes, you are. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, and have a great weekend, all of you. A well-deserved holiday after a lot of hard work. Thank you, Sarah, for being with us, and thank you, Michael. Looking forward to seeing you in Delhi. Are you coming to the Rajiv Gandhi event in Patiala?
No, I'm going to OP Jindal to the Victimology course and conference.
Okay. So that's in October. Okay.
My last
So we will see each other. Maybe you
travel.
Yeah, maybe you can.
Yes.